Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome into the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Logan Martin Lake, 17,000 acres will be fished today. We are excited. 225 teams signed up for this event back in August of 2024, and it comes down to today. 225 teams going out this morning for over $15,000 in first place prize money. $64,000 will be paid out through the field. It is time. The way we start every Alabama Bass Trail tournament is everyone stand up, remove your hats, and let's pay our tribute to our soldiers serving us here and around the world with the playing of our national anthem. All right, we are ready to get started. We ready, John? We are ready. Boat number 1, Douglas Shower and Joseph Shower, you are free to release. Boat number 2, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster. Boat number 3, Larry Walters and Shane Patterson. I see you guys. Boat number 4, Thad Spates and Charles Nowling. Boat number 5, Adam Ryder and Brad Trotter. Boat number 6, Tim Peak and Byron Smith. Boat number 7, Matt McKenzie and Brandon Black. Boat number 8, John Kellett and Robert Story. Boat number 9, Jeffrey Haskins and Mike Chambers. Boat number 10, Blake Dodson and Jeff Evans. Boat number 11, Danny Kofer and Kevin Kofer. Boat number 12, JJ Atwell and Jason Phillips. Boat number 13, Leo Coleman and Terry Ratliff. Boat number 14, John Drew and Chris Brummett. Boat number 15, Michael Howard and Jeremy Eaton. Boat number 16, Adam Jackson and James Jackson. Boat number 17, Ryan Miller and Justin Adams. Thank you, guys. Boat number 18, Jeff Myers and Jeff Melton. Boat number 19, Jacob Robinson and Austin Robinson. Boat number 20, David Talley and Troy McClellan. Boat number 21, Timothy Watson and Timothy Watson Jr. Boat number 22, Trent Tilley and James Williams. Our only all-national team. Boat number 23, Kyle Sheshard and Tommy Wood. Boat number 24, Justin Nally and Tommy Gunn, sorry. Didn't bring my glasses. Last boat in this flight, number 25, Jeff Morgan and Tim Van Egman. You are free to release, guys. They are gone. Boat number 26, Brandon Jones and Jared Wilson. Boat number 27, Clay Harris and Joe Williams. Boat number 28 going out solo today, Mr. Charlie Estes. Boat number 29, Matthew Crittenden and Christopher Goodwin. Boat number 30, Jim Beavers and Michael Wright. Boat number 31, Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey. Boat number 32, Ricky Dunn and Trent Davis. Boat number 33, David Hutchins and Todd Spencer. Boat number 34, Tyler Malone and Cade Law. See you guys. Boat number 35, Hunter Nanny and Aaron Bishop. Boat number 36, Kason Pemberton and David Parsons. Boat number 37, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Boat number 38, Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier. Boat number 39, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. Boat number 40, Matthew Bennett and Gary Wade. Boat number 41, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. Boat number 42, David Sneed and Clint Carter. Boat number 43, James Stevens and Jack White. Boat number 44, your 2024 ABT champions, Nick Turner and Joe Lay. See you guys. Your 2024 South Anglers of the Year, boat number 45, CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. Boat number 46, Charles Bailey and Joe Pike. Boat number 47, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. I see you guys. Boat number 48, Scott Crittenden and Riley Crittenden. Boat number 49, Isaac Goggins and Steve Sherbet. Last boat in this flight, boat number 50, Ian Hunsaker and Trey Lee. Boat number 51, Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. Boat number 52, Travis Loggins and Roy Loggins. Boat number 53 is not here. Boat number 54, Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Boat number 55, Riley McCullough and Philip McCullough. Boat number 56, James Pitts and Jonathan Marcus. Boat number 57, James Scott and Kenny Carroll. Boat number 58, Shannon Thomas and Jesse Smith. Boat number 59, coming off a good finish at Lake Martin, Scott Yunke and Tucker Wiegler. Boat number 60, Shannon Ackerman and Corey Harper. Boat number 61, TJ Clark and Travis Tucker. Boat number 62, Triton Graham and Andrew Jones. Boat number 63, Chris Hutcherson and B.G. Marvetts. Got it right that time. Boat number 64, Lucas Lindsay and Brendan Holt. Boat number 65, Chris Moore and Wes Stevenson. Boat number 66, Scott Reed and Joshua Reed. Boat number 67, Kenny Smith and R.J. Thompson. I see you guys. Boat number 68, Rusty Trasinger and Dean Borough. Boat number 69, Alan Yarbrough and Chance Perry. Boat number 70, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. Boat number 71, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Former Bassmaster Elite Series angler Kelly J. This guy coming off a huge win at Lake Gunnersville. Boat number 72, Hunter Davidson and Larry Davidson. Boat number 73, Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Boat number 74, Michael Ingram and Scott Ramsey. Last boat in this flight, boat number 75, Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. Boat number 76, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. I see you guys. Boat number 77, Bobby Richardson and Hunter Richardson. Boat number 78, these guys got a win last year on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Boat number 78, Eric Summers with an O and Robbie Pelt. Boat number 79, Frederick Walker and A.J. McQueen. Not to be confused with Lightning McQueen. Boat number 80, Rob Wright and Steve Atwood. I believe Sam Fowler may be filling in for Mr. Steve Atwood today. Boat number 81, John Burt and Charles Davis. I hear you. I like it. Bring the energy. Boat number 82, Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Boat number 83, Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser. Copeland fish for them Montevallo Falcons too. Boat number 84, Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins. I see you guys. Boat number 85, Cody Lackey and Ryan Allard. Boat number 86, Xavier McKinney and Lonnie Vincent. Boat number 87, John Pollard and Cameron Cox. Boat number 88, Chad Schroeder and Chase Schroeder. Boat number 89, Cole Thompson and John Haycock. Boat number 90, Tim Windsor and Mike Smith. Boat number 91, Doug Blunt Jr. and Chris Martin. Boat number 92, Brent Cottle and Nick Robinson. Boat number 93, Drake Fondren and Justin Durden. Boat number 94, Kyle Hillier and Jake Brown. Boat number 95, Clay Cornegay and Keith Adcox. Boat number 96, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Boat number 97, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. Boat number 98, Jason Sapp and Wally Bell. Boat number 99, Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden. Last boat in this flight, boat number 100, Cody Williams and Grant Johnson. Boat number 101, Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. Boat number 102, Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson. Boat number 103, Hunter Gilbert and David Quinn. 104, Mitchell Hall and Ray Mitchell. 105, Billy Lewis and Justin Kaiser. Boat 106, Mr. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. See you guys. Boat number 107, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. Alex going out solo. Boat number 108, Jimmy Sims and Jared Sims. Boat number 109, Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge, sporting that Phoenix Bass boat. Boat number 110, James White and Eugene Davis. Boat number 111, Ryan Branch and Ricky Burleson. Boat 112, David Crawford and Rob Sandlin. Boat 113, Michael Freeman and Wade Cannon. Boat Boat number 114, Stephen Hornsby and Ryan Schliffler. Boat number 115, Mark LaPlante and Christopher Thomas. Boat number 116, David Mims and Chris Masters. I see you guys. Boat number 117, Alan Ray and Carlton Freeman. Boat number 118, Todd Sims and Michael Clay. Do not get on plane before passing the blast-off boat. Boat number 119, Billy Tidwell and Ben Williamson. Boat number 120, James Willoughby and James Willoughby. Boat number 121, Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher. I wish I knew that boat number. Boat number 122, Curtis Coleman and Kent McNaughton. Boat number 123, Eric Farnham and Alan Farnham. Boat number 124, Scotty Hawley and Brian Pike. Boat number 125, Jacob Lee and Travis Driggers. Boat 126, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat number 127, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. Boat 128, Logan Sims and Evan Sadler. Boat 129, Ty Story and David Hardy. Boat 130, Jimmy Wood and Ken Jones. Former winners here at Logan Martin. Boat number 131, Foster Bradley and Nick Harris. Boat 132, Corey Cole and Quilly Trott. Boat 133, Gentry Gordy and Hunter Farish. Boat 134, Brett Harp and Ricky Harp. Boat 135, Jeff Jennings and Mitchell Jennings. Boat 136, Scott McDonald and Ty McDonald. Boat number 137, Evan Rice and Brian Rice. 138, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. Boat 139, Shane Thompson and Brent Shiver. Boat number 140, Jason Wyndham and Kevin Peel. Boat 141, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. I see him in that Phoenix Bass boat. Boat number 142, Connor Crosby and Chandler Olave. Boat number 143, Daniel Fogel and Chris Pearson. I see you guys. Boat number 144, Chris Hefcox and Scott Goolsby. Boat 145, Josh Law and Chad Law. Boat 146, Trinity Mealer and Max Haygood. 147, Matthew Rayborn and Kevin Dykes. Boat 148, Russell Sapp and Logan Sims. Boat 149, Bo Terrell and Matthew Daniel. Boat 150, Brandon Wright and Josh Teat. Boat 151, Eric Bryan and Lucas Anderson. Boat 152, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it. One Lake Wonders. Yeah, I said it. Boat number 153, John Frake and Mark Womack. Boat number 154, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Boat 155, Walter Lawrence and James White. Boat number 156, Alan Martin and Langston Martin. Father-son team. Boat number 157, Jackie Price and Daryl Witherspoon. Boat 158, Ryan Schroeder and Cody Harrell. Boat 159, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. I see you guys. Boat number 160, James Warmpole and Donald Gunner. Boat 161, Carlton Alford and Ronnie Ray. Got you. Boat number 162, a little brother team action we got going here. Boat 162, Colby Croson and Cade Croson. Followed up by another brother team. 163, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Boat 164, Chris Hensley and Kyle McKinney. Boat number 164, Chris Hensley and Kyle McKinney. I've already called that one, didn't I? Boat number 165, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Boat 166, Keith Mayfield and Daryl Snowman Adams. Boat number 167, Sammy Reynolds and James Ward. Boat 168, Ken Sessions and Greg Sessions. 169, Scotty Taylor and Shane Barker. 170, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. She's a shouting, I hear. Boat 171, he just turned 60 yesterday. Boat 171, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Boat 172, Lee Bird and Jacob George. Boat 173, they're always a threat on this body of water. 173, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat 174, Josh Harrison and Huck Harrison. Boat number 175, last boat in this flight, Shane Kennan and Tina Kennan. Good luck, guys. They were at the Bassmaster Classic with us. Boat number 176, Clay Messer and Sam Rochelle. Boat 177, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. Good morning. Boat number 178, they won at Lake Martin. 6-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Boat 179, Tim Taylor and Philip Morris. Boat number 180, a good man to know if you like Busch Light. Boat number 180, Ken Walters and Jason Beasley. Boat number 181, Jeremy Britton and Matt Young. Boat number 182, Norman Crow and Leslie Bottoms. Boat 183, Trevor Elliott and Bo Washam. Boat 184, Mike Hornsby and Cody Wethington. Boat 185, they won this tournament in 2022. Former Anglers of the Year. Boat number 185, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Another brother team finished 12th in the Angler of the Year points last year. Boat 186, Connor Miller and Caleb Miller. Caleb got that flow. 187, Zachary Pitts and Tyler Isbell. 188, Stephen Rogers and Jacob Rogers. Boat 189, Travis Stuck and Donald Stuck. Boat 190, Jimmy Whaley and Terry Adams. Boat 191, Greg Bearden and A.J. McGee. They won here last year with 19.5 pounds. Boat number 192, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Boat number 193, Cullen Green and Dayton Green. Boat number 194, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst Jr., former ABT champions. Boat number 195, Dustin Jordan and Alex Bowden. Boat 196, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. 197, Luther Murphy and Jeremy Nobles. Boat 198, Skylar Sanders and Grant Williamson. Boat 199, Braden Tisdale and Reese Killian. Boat number 200, David White and Hannah Peebles. Last boat in that flight. One more flight to go. Boat number 201, Stephen Barnes and Justin Coron. Boat number 202, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette. Boat 203, Steve Fincher and Austin Rich. Boat number 204, Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. Good luck. Boat number 205, Gage King and Thomas West King. Boat number 206, Kenneth Malone and Austin Shields. Boat 207, I think going out solo today, Mr. Clint Nail. 208, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. Boat number 209, John Wade and Andrew Wade. Boat number 210, Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. Boat number 211, Eric Staggs and Jason Hamaker. Boat number 212, Brandon Rufo and Marshall Rufo. Coming off, I think, a 4th place finish at Lake Martin. Boat number 213, Parker Odom and Colton Odom. Boat number 214, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. I see you guys. Boat number 215, Blake Johnson and Lance Bearden. Whoop, whoop. Boat number 216, the Donut Queen herself, Mike Hearn and Sugar Walker. Woo woo! Boat number 217, I see you, Sugar. Boat number 217, Chase Davis and Jacob Rodriguez. Boat number 218, Mark Cameron and Brian Belcher. Boat number 219, Mark Ammons and Terry Harris. Boat number 220, Brian Bynum and Bradley Bynum. Boat number 221, Jeffrey Fulgham and Jacob Fulgham. I see you guys. Boat number 222, Zach Hester and Paul Hester. Boat number 223, John King and Chris Gregory. Boat number 224, Spencer Morris and James Morris. And the last boat in this flight, can you even imagine? Boat number 225, Harry Peanut Parkinson and Jason Trouble Turner. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Capital Trouble. 225, y'all are due in at like midnight tonight. And there you have it, 225 boats launched here at Lincoln Landing, Lincoln, Alabama, Logan Martin Lake, 17,000 acres, over $64,000 up for grabs this afternoon at the weigh-in. Jason is already on a team. I'm already hearing fish catches in my ear. Let's go ahead and get out to Jason. Jason, tell us who you're on. How many fish do they already have in the box?
All right, we're on Brandon Black and Matt McKenzie. Already got 2 fish on the box. Boat number 175 was being called. That was fish number 2. Boat number 214 was being called, and that was fish number 2. Guys, we already got fish in the box, and we're already working this morning. Must be a pretty good productive spot for you guys already. I mean, they're not big ones, but, you know, fish, as we said earlier, you know, fish in the box is fish in the box, especially when they're still already calling boat numbers and you guys are, they're still driving and you guys got 2 fish.
Yeah, takes a little weight off. Like I said, we need some better ones than what they are, so they're here. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a lot of fish off today.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're not just going to not scratch today, but guys, It's got to take that weight off, and tell me a little bit about what the game plan is here.
Man, we're just going to try to fish sliding up, so we're going to try to catch some big heads today. We're going to run around with the buzzbait a lot, stay shallow, buzzbait, chatterbait, stay in the mud hopefully after this, and maybe catch a few decent ones.
Has it, I mean, they're going shallow, I would assume, at this point. We hear a lot of guys talking. Have y'all seen them up?
We haven't personally seen any. I'm sure there's a few here and there. I've heard dock talk reports of people talking about it, but that's not really our strength anyways, to sit there and look at them. So we're just going to fish around, like you said, cover a lot of water from here all the way to the south end of the lake, hitting our most productive stuff.
Oh, there goes another one.
Spend a lot of time on this lake, so got a lot of stuff to run, check out, and just like I said, we know they're here. They're not showing up quite yet. Maybe they're still waking up. But
The sun shines up, in the sky, but we got a lot of clouds today, so we even see fish move. I mean, pretty productive spot already. So it's exciting to see fish catches this early. And, oh, my heart was beating on that one too.
especially on top water.
Yeah, I love me a topwater bite. It's first thing in the morning, all this pollen on top of the water. Perfect start to the day.
It's going to be a pretty one. Hopefully
It is. Wintertime is gone. We were here for the 100s last year, and it was like freaking 13 degrees in the morning.
I feel bad for you for that one.
It was so hard. We were we were close to this area, but we were still catching fish. So, I mean, that's a cool thing that this lake continues to produce. Hot, cold, summers, fall, spring. The fish are here for sure.
One of the best places to fish, just to have fun.
Just to go
It
catch
really
fish
is.
for sure. So, just going back to take a little replay of the action before we actually went live. And this was the first one that went in the boat that was, I think she was calling boat 175. And they already had one in the box. Small fish, but I mean, it's a start for sure. And then we're gonna go with the second one here was 2.5, I think it was. Luke, guess what? We already got fish in the box over here, bud.
Buddy, I'm
Got a little
not
buzzbait
surprised. You
action.
steady. I thought I heard a buzzbait in the background.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually
Just
see a
little
fish getting
pollen
caught
on the
over my
water.
shoulder. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, so we're with Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. We're right here, as you can probably hear. We're really close to the I-20 bridge, and we got 3 boats in this spawning pocket. This is a very popular area every single time we're on Logan, and a couple of the teams we wanted to follow rolled in here. So only seen one fish catch so far, but yeah, Jason, I got a comment on that old buzzer. I thought I could hear that in my ear when they first went
Yes,
to you.
sir.
That sounds like a fun
Hey.
morning.
my heart's still pounding. Just every pass. The rocks are kind of sticking out a little ways, and they'll roll through, and you'll see one swirl. I mean, I think we're gonna catch some fish today, dude. I mean, it's that time of year. It's when we all want to be fishing. The ramps are full. The bait shops are full. And some guys are probably sitting
That
at
water's
jacks this
getting in
morning
that-
watching live, just wishing they could be there.
No doubt about it. You got water in the upper 50s to low 60s. Fish are biting. They're thinking about spawning. Some of them may be spawning. Lots of things going on the Coosa River. It's going to be a fun day. And Logan Martin always shows out. We had over 200 limits last year in the tournament that Chapel and Davis won. So I expect the same. Oh, I hear one flopping.
Going back. I mean, he was all the 10 inches, but still, we're around fish.
got Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. They're doing some shallow scoping this morning. We've also seen some square billing so far. No fish in the boat, but something interesting, because I feel like we're out here, you know, we blasted the 225 pings off pretty quick, and actually, you know, right there at daybreak, and they said a boat had already made a pass through its entire pocket as they were coming in. Somebody had already fished it, so somebody must have slept in here last night. It wasn't an ABT boat, but they said somebody had already made a pass through all this. And anglers going to be dealing with a lot of different things today, pollen being one of them, for sure. Lots of pollen, but this low water, definitely an issue for some of the shallow cover, like the grass beds that Logan Martin's known for, and some of the docks. But I still think we're going to see a lot of dock fishing today, for sure.
Oh, for sure. You know, just getting up in there, getting under the shade, getting under the big thing. How's that no wake zone working out for you now right there? You know,
Well,
20
you
breeze.
know,
Heads up, no wake zone.
Yeah. Well, I had a boat this morning that did not realize that I was stopping, or that it was a no-wake zone, I think. He didn't watch Miss K's meeting very good, I don't think, and John Simpson. But yeah, I about got ran over there. Yeah. Jared, cameraman Jared and I, we might have needed to change our underpants after that. We had a hot moment there. A little sketchy.
Yeah, we were coming through there about 10 wide, and we all sat down together, and I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Don't forget everybody.
Intense. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny that big fish.
Look, guys, we just pulled up on a boat and they just put the fish in. Hey, but look, Luke and Jason, I hate to tell you this. I'm sorry I was a little bit late, about 3-4 minutes. Our boat captain today made us breakfast sandwiches. Woke up and cooked bacon. Dude, this thing, Luke, if you want to pull up Facebook, this thing it's bacon, egg, and cheese on a little, I mean, dude, this is as good as it gets. It's like a Subway breakfast, except homemade. So, my second two out of three trips to Logan Martin involved breakfast.
You know, Darian, my thing is, you say you're boat captain. See, I'm my own captain. I'm the captain now. And
me too.
Bring my boat from home. I drag this thing from Tennessee. So does Jason Duran. He brings that beautiful Phoenix.
Yep.
And we never have breakfast waiting on us. You're such a diva. Once you went on Shark Tank, all bets were off. People just cater to you left and right.
You know, I hear him say every week, Miss K, can I get the phone number of my boat captain? I think he calls and says, look, you know, here's my recipe. I want these many M&Ms. I want these many white towels.
Yes.
Just go ahead and make sure I've got everything I need. You know.
Yes.
He's got that rider that he has to send them. You know, I'm not getting in your boat unless I got this.
You better not have the wrong sweet tea in there.
And I always sit on the front deck. I ask him to vacuum the front deck where I sit too. I don't want to get dirty pants.
I do believe that.
Hey guys, listen guys, I'm also not even going to lie to you. And Kay could possibly get mad about this. I don't even think these guys fish an ABT. I think these guys are just catching them on a Saturday morning. I'm going to get in a little closer.
We'll just go ahead and ask them their boat number. Go ahead and ask them their boat number.
They're looking at me like, this is crazy. Because I just don't think they're fishing ABT. They have no clue on camera. But they were doubled up.
Hooked up right here, baby. Let's go. Larry.
I loved it.
All right, I'm going to
Larry
jump
and
off
Dale.
here.
No, he says this.
We'll catch y'all back in just a second.
Might be a first keeper there. 12-inch size limit. Looks like we're digging for a measuring board here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna try and find an actual ABT boat. So if we can hop off here.
Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland.
Look, I think we're going to have Miss K have a meeting with Darian.
You know, Jason, this is some real behind the scenes kind of stuff. We have a production meeting every Thursday night.
Yes.
And Darian made the biggest deal about what color flagging tape Assistant Tournament Director Daniel Montgomery
he
uses
sure
on the
did.
boats so we can better identify the boats. And so they went neon green today at Darian's request, neon green, and he pulls up on somebody to just having them Saturday morning, not in the ABT for his first team. I think Miss Kay, it's time for a meeting. And I think it was more about showing off breakfast, For sure. Ooh, sounds like it.
Yeah. That's number 3 in the box there. A little bit bigger. I guess that one will go 2-ish. Little fatties.
Jason, what kind of area are you in? I haven't heard you say. If you
Well,
said
we
that, I
called
apologize.
out.
I'm
We
close to
started,
this interstate.
started out this morning. We're in Chocolate Creek. We're right here at the bridge. It's obvious. I can't, usually we don't tell everybody where everybody's fishing, but this one's so obvious. Chocolate Creek fishing basically the road, just fishing the rock, going down. Holland, the water is yellow though. So we're running that bus bait. Got a wacky one on the backside. Catching these active fish, and they want to be up shallow, and we're up. It's shallow. So they're not looking at them, they're just casting around them. These fish are active right now. This cloud cover may hold them in here a little longer.
We do have a lot of low pressure the next few days coming up. And Miss Kay actually said on the podcast we're going to have some pre-frontal conditions instead of post-front like we did at Gunnersville for the ABT North stop there, which didn't seem to slow those fish down. Post-frontal conditions did not slow the bite at Gunnersville a couple weeks ago. But I think, fish are going to bite today for sure. It is time. Fish want to do their thing. They're definitely feeding up the spawn. And I still think, these fish really are water level dependent on the Coosa River. The same thing on the Tennessee River. I think the masses spawn typically when the water comes up, versus water temperature. In my experience.
Isn't it funny how they know
you still have some fish
They just
spawning.
know it.
It's crazy. Yep, it's crazy. And I've caught them spawning in low water on the Tennessee River a few times, but
yeah. Man is the one controlling it, going up and down, and when we rise it up, they just go, okay, well, it's that time. They're not going to do it, most of them, until it is that time. You can see the bank here. I mean, we're in this spot 3 foot, 4 foot down.
Steel right here.
Ooh, fish catching.
Here we go. Going for the net on this one. Get in a little fight spoke. Here we go. Still might be number 2 for him. Boat 101, Larry Bullock, Westmoreland. Put this one on the board. Let's see.
Another one.
It's the team right here.
Oh, he got off. Shook him off at the boat. Already made one pass down this bank, and here we go. Making another one. I think that's probably one of the ones that blew up at it. First pass. Oh, look at that. Darren, I do want to remind you that we are at Lake Logan Martin. So make sure you have the Lake Logan Martin list called up before you call this boat number, okay?
All right,
Miss Kay
so
Hall
I
can tell you that.
went into my email. I went into my email, found Miss Kay's boat number list, found boat number 150, bringing right to side 2. These guys have, they're starting shallow. They are just talking about some spawning fish. I'm seeing some riffraff, some shallow, little brush on the bank, some buzzbait action. Guys, I'm going to make just a quick move, about 200 or 300 yards, cross the pocket, jump on another team. We'll be back in just a second.
Another one of the box.
Well, it's a limit at least.
Yes, sir. Good limit. Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
5 is 5 in the box.
There we go. Good one. First keeper of the morning. Jason, I do believe we'll see a bunch of limits today.
Oh, for sure. 200 limits probably.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. I also think just knowing this lake, all this pollen that's on the water, people are going to use that to their advantage big time. If you can get back in a pocket that is protected from the wind, if you can slide back into a little smaller pocket, some sort of topwater is going to play throughout the day. A frog. That's a good start.
Yeah, we've caught 5 on the topwater already this morning, so it's definitely.
Oh, so your guys are
definitely
doing topwater
productive.
already.
Yeah, we got a buzzbait. Really, in the pollen, just thick pollen.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Still moving, so
Let him go? Yeah, I got you.
I don't want to get stuck with a
That's the way to do it.
half pounder.
Put them back in the water if they're struggling. So he just let us know that he let one go. That puts us back down to 4 that way.
Missing all the good ones. I've got a buzzbait with a trailer hook and it won't throw.
If the camera wasn't here, that wouldn't happen.
Darian, smart move over here. We had 5 and kind of keep an eye on them while we're fishing and look in and hey man, that one's struggling a little bit. So smart thing to do is let one go versus hold on to it throughout the day and let it struggle and possibly not make it to weigh in because that 1 pound penalty is pretty tough. So let it go and she swam away fine or he swam away fine. So catch another day.
Very smart move, especially when you're catching fish. Like it's not as big of a deal. But yeah, you definitely want to get rid of that one quick.
At some point, probably, but can't call it.
That's right. That's right.
Boys, I had to move a little bit so I could catch me a buzzbait bass fisherman right here.
Yes.
Boat 147,
Yes.
Matthew Rayburn and Kevin Dykes. We're buzzing and cranking here around docks. They've got one small fish in the boat. We actually, before we came over, we saw them get in the net, water going crazy, exploding. I thought they had a giant. They did.
Oh,
It was about a 20, 30 pound flathead.
Nice. Did it hit the buzzbait?
Crankbait.
Okay, I'm about to say if they're catching catfish on a buzzbait, they've got a serious talent going on. We did just have a buzzbait blow up here, but it came off a low one.
If this flathead would have been a buzzbait, y'all would have heard me scream wherever you're at. Because it would have made some noise. Pterodactyl.
Wow.
Nice. Or would you travel back to 3700 BC for that?
I did.
Nice.
These guys have one in the boat so far, one small one. Guys, is this the game plan for the day? Cranking and buzzing? Okay. We'll mix in some brush piles as well, sounds like. Darian, our good buddy Gerald Swindle used to really like to crank these docks down here when the water's low. That is definitely a Logan Martin deal. Might see some 1.5 today.
No worries, guys. Good luck.
Up. Oh, came off. On the square bill. He set the hook, I set the hook, Jason, in case you're wondering.
Oh yeah, me too. When he rolls by a rock and he doesn't get a bite, then I'm like, I should have been one right there. I'm like, oh man.
Oh yeah.
Like right there, he came by a piece of wood, and you're just like, why in the world? Luke, you know how to tell on an ABT tournament when you're in the right spot, don't you?
When there's 50 boats?
When Noah shows up.
When Noah
Cameraman
shows
Noah
up,
just
yeah,
pulled up. and
Noah knows the deal.
He's shooting shots. I'm like, okay, we're in the right spot then.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say when you look on the tractor and there's a gaggle of dots on the same area.
I did look
It's
at that
normally
too.
when, when it's going down. Like right now I have 4 within sight of me in this one pocket. Somebody thinks there's a bite in here. There's no doubt about that. It was the same last year. We covered a couple teams in here.
Yeah.
Jason, now we got some spook action going on, and I'm just going to tell you, I hope one blows up on that sucker.
Knocks it up in the air
They
and then
turned around.
catches it, you know.
I'm going to swing us around so I can keep up. They're standing on it. Getting Jared's way for just a second.
Jared don't mind.
No, Jared's cool as the other side of the pillow, man.
Ooh, another fish. About a 6-incher.
No pressure, but we need a 5-pounder to bite that spook. No pressure.
Whoa. Luke, just looking at the tracker. I wish someday maybe we could make this go live, but I'd probably give away too many spots. But we literally have teams right now from one dam all the way down to the other dam. I mean, that is crazy. Now, a good portion of them are down by where Darien is at the other end of the lake, but we literally have a team all the way at the other dam north, and that's just, And in the pre-story this week, the guy said, we literally can catch them dam to dam here, and here we go.
Well, I think that speaks to what an incredible fishery this is, right? When you've got people spread out from one end to the other. I mean, a lake this size, and they bite all over it. And I feel like it's pretty much like that every time we're here, you know? People really spread out.
There are 8 teams between you and I, and those are just the ones we have trackers on now, so there's probably more than that, but then you get down where Darien is, and they're just
Yeah, I texted Sweet T-Boy
so
earlier,
should
and
not
I said, get ready. No, that's exactly what I was going to say.
They should not have trouble finding
today.
actually an ABT team. So,
no doubt about that.
oh, he's right around Godwin and Bradley and Harris. So he must be
When I
eating
was
right
at the
now. I guess that's why we
I-20
don't hear
bridge
from him.
I'm sure. I was at the I-20 bridge earlier, and there were just so many boats going under the bridge. I texted him, and I said, get ready, buddy. The cavalry's on their way.
They're coming.
And
They're
watching
coming.
the tractors, there were
Yeah.
so many teams headed his way.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Like you said, we've got tractors on 40 or so teams, but I'm in an area with 4 boats that are catching fish, and none of them are on tractors, you know. So
Yeah.
we chase tractors, but we try to just cover as many teams as we can, because you never know who's going to win one of these. We've had some first-time winners lately here in the ABT. In Gunnersville, we love to see that. We're going to try to bring you as much as we can out here. And the cool thing about the Alabama Bass Trail, and we were talking about in our Thursday night meeting, is out of 225 teams, you've got some teams that are aspiring pros that want to get to that level. You've got some folks that guide on some of these lakes that, you know, essentially fish for a living. You got people that don't even get to practice. This is, you know, getting to fish on a Saturday and
working.
the ABT's like vacation for them. Yeah, they work all week. So tons of different teams, and truly, you just never know who's going to take home the trophy. And take home $15,000 plus potentially that amazing Phoenix Boats bonus as well, and so many other contingencies. But,
these guys have fished back over water twice. Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 passes on this side of the bank, and they made 2 passes on the other, and we still have fish activity around it. A topwater, man. Ooh. To me, that's where they ought to be. going to throw it over to Luke here and catch a little more action.
Welcome to stop number 2, the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, presented by Phoenix Boats. We're here on the beautiful Coosa River. Logan Martin, limits not going to be a problem today. We saw over 200 limits here last year, and you can see a lot of boats ganged up in small areas. The water's low, so it's going to group anglers up. We're seeing a lot of dock fishing this morning, whether you're pitching a jig, pitching a soft plastic. We've seen square billing, and we've even seen some buzz baits come out of the box this morning. It's going to be a good time on Logan Martin today.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Jack's here, and in the South, we know how hard it is waiting for bowl season to come round again. So we're kicking off our own bowl season. For a limited time, you can get our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes with white peppered gravy. Might not fill the football-shaped hole in your heart, but it'll sure fill your stomach. Get the loaded fried chicken bowl for a limited time. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Logan Martin Lake. You are looking at Lincoln Landing, one of the premier bass tournament destinations in the state of Alabama. 250 truck and trailer parking spots there, and you can see the Alabama Bass Trail team got them lined up this morning. 61 degrees outside, 65 degrees water temp. We're looking for a high of 76 today. And consistent with the temperatures all week long. We've had rising warm temperatures all week long, getting these fish positioned to be quite shallow. So we're excited about that. You've already seen some shallow water catches this morning. Jason, Darian, and Luke are out on the water. We expect to have a number of limits, anywhere between 200 and 225 limits, actually. This lake is chocked full of bass. Those people who can find that 6-pounder, possibly 7-pounder, will make a difference today in the weights. Predicted weight today, over 20 pounds to take the win. Last year, 2024, we were here in April 13th. Josh Chappell, Paul Davis, they took home the win with 19.52. Looking for a little bit better today. 225 teams took to the water this morning. They registered back in August of 2024, and 225 teams took off this morning. Going to be exciting, over $15,000 if you've got a Phoenix bass boat. That's an $8,000 contingency. If you've got Garmin Electronics and trolling motor, that's another $1,000, and up to $2,000 AM First Bass Cash up for grabs. So you could easily take home over $25,000 on a $320 entry fee here at Logan Martin Lake. So we're going to go out and see what the guys said this morning on the baits that they predicted might play today. We're going to watch that, and then we'll go out to Darian on the water. So y'all stand by. Stay tuned. You're going to want to see this.
Stop number 2, ABT South here on Logan Martin. The water's down low, but one thing about Logan Martin, pretty much all times of year, but they're going shallow always. I'm going to skip dogs here. I don't care about the minnow here. I'm skipping dogs. I'm putting the cleanup crawl on the back of a jig, skipping her around somewhere on the lower end of the lake, and I mean, I would probably win.
You
with
probably
with this setup.
Maybe, probably, especially with the way
if it takes 12 pounds to win.
Exactly, and especially the way you solicit information, which is against the rules. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm going Strike King, the OG KVD 1.5 square bill. This is one of my favorite shallow cranking lakes. We see it every time we're here. They're going to catch a bunch of them on this with that water a little bit lower. Fish moving up to spawn. I'm going 1.5 square bill.
We're fresh off the Bassmaster Classic just last weekend, where it is a dream to win that opportunity. This week's bait, the dream shot, because I think these guys today.
I see what he did there.
These guys today take a big shot to win today, and I think we're going to go shallow and watch them on the bed.
Dang, poet, he didn't even know it, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this fun fish catching day.
Dream.
And we are back. After hearing our bait predictions, we've seen a little bit of what everyone said so far. We've seen some docks being skipped, probably with a cleanup crawl in the back. Luke has covered several guys throwing a square bill. It sounds like somebody's got a fish catch right now.
Sorry to interrupt, Darian, but Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes put number 3 in the boat right when we pulled up right there. They said they've got 2 decent ones in the boat. They've had some misfortune too, broke off a couple. They're fishing some boats.
Good, how are you?
Which we're going to see a lot of today. Darian, on the end of the lake that you're on, are you seeing a lot of boats just grouped up in small areas?
Yeah, I think what we're also seeing is like some guys that want to go get on a stretch and they're leaving, so it looks probably a lot like they're grouped up, but they're, I think a lot of guys are want to fish the same stretches. So you're seeing guys pull up, see that somebody's fishing that area, turn around and go head a different way. So the trackers are definitely showing that there's boats piled up on top of each other, but they're moving around a little bit. We do got a little, one of your favorite things, Luke, is cranking a square bill on just straight up riffraff.
I love square bailing.
Square bailing on some riffraff. We got a little riffraff action going on and a little riffraff. We've got a we've got a glide bait and a 1.5 combo going right now.
Ooh, 2 of my favorite things.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. That's, well,
and to
2 of your favorite things
fair,
right
rarely seen together.
Behind chocolate pie.
DoorDash cheeseburgers.
DoorDash cheeseburgers and frozen custard. Come on.
folks at home, Darian DoorDashed me a cheeseburger and some frozen custard last night after Tennessee's big win in the Sweet 16 to celebrate. He was so excited, saying "Go Vols," running around the room, singing Rocky Top. He was so excited.
You know it.
Speaking
only
of
volunteer I like is a volunteer you to start doing other tournament trails. The only thing is there's not any other good ones, so I couldn't get you a job anywhere.
Appreciate that, Darian. Now, we said cheeseburger. These gentlemen here just sprayed some chartreuse dye out of a can that apparently had all the garlic in it. Because it drifted this way, and now I'm on a swing and a miss right there.
Luke, I'll say one thing that I've noticed by looking at the tracker and some of the guys, some of the names that we typically look for, and typically shallow water get real far back in the back of places, guys. They're not back there. They're all, if you notice, like the pockets that you would expect the fish are moving into, they're all on the points of them. Like the points headed into those pockets is one thing that I'm noticing. A lot of obviously it's like more main lake points versus getting back into the pockets. From what I'm seeing down here, we've went up really shallow looking for, we talk about wanting them to go up shallow. You want them to go up shallow and spawn, but like you said earlier, the water level dictates that a lot of times, and I think these guys really know that and understand it, and probably realize that they're not up there yet. They're staging on some of these points, waiting for the water to come up so they can push back in there, and we're seeing that a bunch. These guys are like a full cast or a cast and a half off the bank. Now these guys are pushing a little bit closer to the dock, but most of the guys are a cast and a half off the bank right now.
And I think that for the folks at home, even if you're a cast and a half off the bank at Logan Martin, you can still be thrown into some shallow water. You know,
for sure.
It's fairly shallow, especially with the water low. And I think sometimes, yes, these fish definitely wait on the water level, but if you have some spawning early, there could be some stumps on those points, especially some of these big spots. They may pull up there and spawn right now, even in the low water out off some of that. So could be some staging fish, could even be some spawning fish. We're hooked. Oh, swing and a miss. Again. There were 3 boats in here when we pulled in, and James and Melody Perkins are actually who we came in to cover, husband and wife team there, and they said they had 3 fish, had a 3-pounder out of this area, but they were gonna leave and get a little crowded for them. So definitely some fish around the bank from what we're seeing. So. Dean and Joel are actually dragging, looks like a shaky head, and in the front, throwing a Carolina rig there in with a short leader on the bank.
Nice.
Kind of an old school trick sometimes when the water's low.
Yeah.
With a lighter weight. Very slow. Sticking all these parts. believe we lost Darian. It sounded like Josh Butts came and picked him up on a zero turn. They were going to go cut grass. You're just tuning in. This is stop number 2 in the Alabama Bass Trail South Division here at Lake Logan Martin, Coosa River. We blasted off 225 teams out of the amazing Lincoln Landing boat ramp this morning. Jared, you got to get this. Sorry, we're just going to turn around. Old buddy in the green pontoon has ran her aground. Now, he lives in here. I saw him come off his dock. Now, he might have been on Instagram Live or something over there, but he has ran aground, qualified captain style. Yeah, he's sending it. If they weren't biting, I bet they're going to bite now. He's got it. He's got it. I think that's going to stir them up. They're going to start biting now. That's what I just said on live. He just came out of his dock. They said, you think he lives here, he might know where that's at. He might not be used to seeing a camera and other boats in here. Made him nervous on a Saturday morning. What's that? Did you? Not hard to do here with this low water. There's plenty of stuff to hit.
You didn't hit nothing.
Really?
In the middle of the lake.
Just slung an ear?
Yeah.
Saying they lost an ear on the prop yesterday. You can definitely, with this water low, hit some things, but they said they don't even think they hit anything. They just lost an ear on the prop, which can happen over time, every now and then. Something that you'll notice a lot today from teams, and Jared, I don't know if you can zoom in, you see that cover on that live scope? He's got his cover on his live scope. There's no scoping going on for a lot of our teams today. We're certainly not expecting this one to be dominated by it. Our last event. What's that? I did. I just checked when we pulled in here and it started sprinkling. Making sure I got my rain gear with me. But our last event, the ABT North at Gunnersville, was not dominated at all by forward-facing sonar. These gentlemen are definitely fishing the boat docks, but you can see they are paying close attention to when these boat ramps. There's several ramps in this slough. And these fish will spawn or stage to spawn. Hooked up. Here we go. Right on cue on the boat ramp. Small guy. Might not make the team. That one's right at the end of the boat ramp there where he set the hook. But besides the obvious that it's a piece of hard cover, it gathers heat. A lot of times there'll be a rough spot around the end of it for those fish to hide, have an ambush point. Also, where people load their boats in and out and they power load, it can be a little deeper sometimes at the end. You'll have a little depression almost at the end of the boat ramp as well. go. Looks like it might be number 4 on the boat ramp. Dean Robinson, Joel Hughes. Number 4. Here we go. Is this number gonna be number 5 right here? Dean and Joel. Hasn't jumped yet. Ooh, I don't know, this might be a bigger one. Taking his time with it. There we go. Number 5, right?
Yeah.
Limit the box. Dean Robinson. Joel Hughes.
We caught up with boat number 135, Mitchell and Jeff Jennings. They just caught probably the smallest fish of the day so far on live. But this morning we bounced around several different boats here in Cropwell Creek area, and look, there's a lot of things going on, but one of the main things I'm noticing is guys are not staying in the same area for very long, fishing one specific stretch of bank with some riprap and then leaving. A lot of what we've seen, a couple guys are off the bank, live scoping or just fishing brush piles off the bank, rock piles like we're seeing here, but a lot of moving around. Some of the anglers that we've tried to cover or looking at on the map that are contenders usually on this lake are really bouncing around a bunch of different spots. And I don't know if that's because they're, like we just saw here, there's a lot of small fish, pulled up on different areas, staged up, or if they're just not fishing areas. We've seen a bunch of fish catches, but a lot of really small fish. So it's going to be interesting to see if you can weed through these small ones and find some of the bigger fish.
I feel like that's always the key
Also, I
here,
think
right? Is you got to better than average fish are always going to play here. How do you separate yourselves from the field? Be a lot of 10 to 12 pound stringers.
Yep, for sure, and especially when the water's low like this, like there's not as much to fish. All the swim jig, grass stuff is not going to play today, and the grass isn't even in the water. So the lake's going to definitely fish a little bit smaller because you can't get back in some of these little smaller pockets or really skinny chutes back to these little ponds in the back. A lot of it you can't even get into, and so it's certainly making people fish. The lake's going to fish a little bit smaller today, I would imagine. And that's probably why some of these stretches of banks are being hit just little short spans. They're fishing the deeper stretches of those banks because a lot of it's so flat, you can't even, there's really nothing there to throw at. So they're fishing the one little stretch that's a little bit deeper, rip wrap, and heading on. They know that they don't need to fish the whole thing. We just covered 2 boats that were names from this lake that you typically see at the top of the leaderboard, and like I said, they're fishing 40, 50-yard stretches and leaving.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of that. You can run out of water quick, especially in a lot of these backwaters, these pockets.
337.
What's that? 337, okay. These guys got their 5th fish, Darian, and they're weighing them all. Their big is a 337 right now, but they're putting all 5 of them on the raffle scales. Yeah, it is. Really interesting. So I thought that they were going shaky head Carolina rig, but they're actually both throwing really light Carolina rigs with a creature bait. One on a spinning rod, one on a bait caster. And I'll be honest, okay, about 11 pounds so far. Welcome back, Jason.
Well, I heard you guys talking about not being able to get back to the shallow waters and not being able to get back in the little ponds and skinny areas. Well, let's just say we have gone to where Chocolate Rocket Creek becomes Chocolate Latte, and we slipped over a couple little banks, and it's skinny. It's skinny. There's a couple boats back in here, though. It's where I thought a lot of guys would have gone this morning, and, we just kind of bounced around, and they didn't make it here. Well, we have now caught up with boat number 152, and they are about to go to work. We pulled out the mouth of Chocolate Creek, and they turned around and came right back in here. So Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard, Miss Kay said, go find them. So Miss Kay, here we are. Add that to my idea of what you asked me to do list. And I am on a team that is in the ABT. However, we could turn over here to the right and film a team that is not in the ABT and is fishing with corks, which is very obvious that they're not in the tournament because they don't have the little tag on the boat. So I'm not going to ask them any questions.
Jason, you just mentioned that you're on Carlisle and Hubbard. I wanted to show really quickly these iPads that we've got, and I should try to show this at every tournament, but the iPads are cool because I think we've got around 40 trackers out, and we can zoom in and see the location of 40 different teams on the lake. So if people who are watching on Facebook or on YouTube, comment below who you'd like us to go find. And you just heard it, Miss Case told Jason to go jump, grab somebody and cover them fishing. That's what we're all going to try to do. So if y'all comment those names below, we'll do our best to see if they're on the trackers, and if they are, if they're near us, we'll go try to catch up with them. And I want to make a bold prediction really quickly before we move. The team that we were covering is leaving now, but Luke and Jason, I know we can zoom in and zoom out to see different teams. I'm going to make a bold prediction that Zeke and Ethan, they're going to be a player today. I'm just going to make a bold prediction that Zeke and Ethan, that's not really the craziest guess of all time that Zeke Austin's going to catch him on Logan Martin. But where he's at right now, we've seen him there before, and usually he comes back with a bag of fish. So that's going to be exciting to see later on.
Well, a little behind the scenes, Jason and I and Miss Kay, we got to talk to Zeke this morning, and he's pretty excited about where they were starting. So.
Well, it looks, by the looks of the trackers, Zeke is alone up there. I know there's probably 200 other trackers that are not on the iPad that we don't see, so there could be some traffic, but I would say that's going to be an exciting way. We're not going to get to cover him today for sure, so if y'all comment Zeke, we're not going to be able to cover him today.
Yeah, let him know that there's not a gas station up there for him to get gas, so that's a long run.
Yep. Well, guys, I'm going to jump off really quickly. We're going to cover another team, but we'll be right back.
Jason, I'm fixing to do the same. I'm fixing to run right around the corner. We've got some other teams on the tractor. I'm fixing to do the same.
Well, we're going to get some fish catching going on right here then. So this is boat 152, Carlisle and Hubbard. A little spook action, a little walk in the top water. It's deep, deeper than you thought.
Well, I caught up with
Welcome
our
back,
last
Darren.
year's winner. Yeah, we caught up with Chappell and Davis. And the funny thing, the way these trackers work is Noah and Cole Godwin are still showing that they're literally right beside me right now because he's not here. There's a couple little backwaters in this area that possibly they slid back into, but we went to the very back of one of them. The difficult thing, I would say, is when it's this low, you know, there's kind of two methods. If you're the first boat to one of these really skinny cuts, you can slowly fish your way to the back so that you don't, you know, blow out any of your water on the way back, or you can go ahead and blow all the water out, get all the way to the back with the trolling motor, and then slowly fish your way back out. It's kind of like an offensive, defensive strategy. If you see other boats around you, you may do one, you know, style versus the other. So we kind of crept back into the back of this little skinny pocket, and they weren't back there. So, not exactly sure what that is. I wish I had a drone that we could fly and just find them really quickly, but anyhow, caught back up with Chappell and Davis, and they are one of the teams that obviously we wanted to cover because they won here last year, and just local sticks, but they've been one of the teams we're talking about bouncing around a bunch. They haven't really stayed still much this morning. There's not a ton of cover in the water as far as the docks and grass. None of that stuff's, most of that stuff's not in the water. But what you are to see at play is a bunch of the rock piles that are off the bank that you can't see, or brush piles that are off the bank that you can't see. A lot of stuff that the locals know about, and that stuff's coming into play a bunch. But these guys have found their way back to the very, very back here, so we shall see. To me, on this lake, another thing too is there's places that you can go, you know, if you want to go catch a quick limit, you can go find a point that's got a lot of spotted bass on it and catch them really quickly and just to fill your limit. But these guys are fishing, to me, they're fishing to win. They're largemouth fishing shallow, fishing really slow. You're not going to get as many bites doing this, but hopefully if you do, they're bigger. And, you know, they've won before, so they know how to win. That's one of the most difficult things, in my opinion, is just knowing how to win, how to look for big ones and stay confident doing it. But these guys appear to be going for another trophy. Jason, back in your chocolate creek that you're in. Yeah, I was about to ask, what baits are happening or playing back there right now?
So we have a looks like a spook. He was walking a spook back. We just made a change, and probably still going to throw a spook. Different color, maybe. Top water mostly. At this point, it's real quiet back here. Real calm, wind's not very much. There's about 3 boats in the area. There are some local guys back here, but they're both throwing top water, just walking it back to the boat, kind of throwing across a bar back here. There's just a lot of little cuts back in here. Real shallow to get in here, and it deepens up when we get back in here. I expected a few more guys to be back here. When we ran in this morning, we were coming in with boat number 7, and we shot down at the bridge, and only one other boat came back here, and they were already back here when we chased this team back. So I wonder if some guys just thought it would be kind of crowded in here today, because this is a pretty popular area, and they just kind of went to other fish. And like we said earlier, the tracker, look at the tracker, there's a ton of guys down where you are.
Yep. But we did hear that there was a big tournament won last weekend. Yeah, they are, and we heard that there was a big tournament won in Chocolate last week with a pretty big bag. So, you know, there's still no telling. And you know, conversation like that kind of stuff spreads quickly. You know, I bet a lot of people know that that big tournament was won in Chocolate. And so that's probably weighing on a lot of people's minds to run back there if they know there's a better quality of fish back there right now.
And it's, you know, the cloud cover holding in right now. This may increase this bite longer. So some of those guys are saying, hey, we may just check in there a little later. Maybe have some fish they want to go hit, they've marked or whatever, and then kind of come back in here and fish some.
Yep.
Can't say it enough. I'm glad that it's not 13 degrees today.
I totally agree.
This lake just has that.
Fish are camera shy.
Say that again?
These fish are camera shy.
Oh, these fish are camera shy. I would think so too. I was practicing here. When you get them, are they good though? I guess I'm kind of surprised there just aren't more guys back here. So I'm kind of surprised there just aren't more guys back here. You heard him say that. He said we are too. Oh, here we go, man. That was a hook set.
I heard that one through the mics.
I mean, right? Wow. But it was a no-go now. Look at here, we're going to go from top water. It looks like we're pulling out the fairy wine, maybe. Oh, no. Got it out there. Yep. Gonna downsize a little bit. Said it was kind of hard to get bites back in here. You know, casting over each other's line, but I think you can see this on camera. If the cameraman zoom out just a little bit, you can see that to the left is really an island, and then to the right of that island kind of carries out a little saddle right there. So it's got a little hump to the right side. So these fish, as they travel in past the island, they'll kind of stage up on that little hump or little saddle and just kind of stage up in there. And these fish are looking to spawn. They're not actually looking at bedding fish, but they could be fishing for them. Try not to get too close to them and spook them away.
Jason, earlier I was talking about trying to find Noah.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of fish are camera shy. I think also you're going to make your worst cast of the day when the camera's on you, too. You're going to backlash, you're going to hit a dot.
For real.
Jason, your buddies Noah and Cole Godwin, I remember last year, it seems like you covered them every tournament. You were always around them.
So good.
I have finally, they popped out of a little pocket. They popped out of the one that I thought they could possibly be in. We went to the very back of the other one. By the way, for the viewers at home, you can see this boat is pretty far away from us, the one that we're covering right now. You're going to see a lot of this today where the boat's actually pretty far away. We're using the zoom on the cameras a bunch, but the water's so shallow, we just really can't get close to these guys in this tournament. And you can see they're fishing in the dead middle of this little slip. You just got to stay far back off away from them. So if we're not as close as you'd like us to be throughout the day, we apologize, but we definitely don't want to get in the way of these guys.
Yeah, the only team to win back to bookend the season, let's say it that way. They won the first one and the last one in the same season.
Noah and Cole.
Noah and Cole. Two-time winners in one season. And I don't even think one of them could drive then. That's how young they were. Now they're both, I think they're both married now. These guys have definitely grown up on the ABT, but have really done well. That's why I film on them, because they're so good.
Yep. And they're always catching fish too. They're like, every time you pull up, they're not just throwing. They're winding something back in.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with winners. Sprinkling a little bit where we are. Is it raining down that end?
Y'all got them? All right, question of the day for y'all is how many fish are already spawned? Are they spawning yet, or are they close, or what?
I think they're close. I saw one fish on bed in practice. I don't think a lot of them.
Gotcha. So it's probably not gonna play that much.
I don't think so. I think a lot of them wait on the water to come up here.
Gotcha.
Especially down here.
Yeah. We got one fish. So it's a slow start in the morning. Maybe that's why everyone's bouncing around too. It could just be slow fishing and not, maybe it's not as much related to people being on their spots or whatever as much as it's just slow fishing and guys trying to cover a bunch of water.
What's that? 4, all right. Okay. Tommy Wood, Kyle Souchard here, our international team. We got a Canadian and an Australian together. You can see the flags.
Good job with that name.
Hey, it only took me 2 years. You wouldn't think I was from Lawrence County, Tennessee, being able to put that English on that Souchard, but here we are. Nailed it. There are so many teams from the Alabama Bass Trail North that are probably watching this going, you mess up my name every single tournament.
You can get that one right.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It helps that I've asked Kyle how to pronounce it a few times as well.
Yeah.
I've spent some of my time this morning, Jason, talking about how live scope might not be a factor, and then we pull up on Tommy and Kyle, and we are shallow scoping for sure.
Wow, shallow scoping.
Around some of these
That's a
Logan
new term.
Shallow scoping around for some of these Logan Martin dogs. An isolated cover, which in low water, it can be deadly. Yeah, there are probably some people that don't want to be talking about shallow scoping, to be fair. But it is definitely a deal.
For real.
It's definitely a deal.
We saw a little bit of it in Gunnersville last time, and we didn't really talk much about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And to me, it's less about, your Garmin Live Scope is such a tool. It's less about seeing the fish when you're shallow scoping and more about seeing the cover and seeing your bait, knowing you're presenting your bait to the fish correctly. That could be, because when they get real tight to the cover on the shallow stuff, you can't see them as well sometimes. Not saying you can't see a fish, because you can, but it is definitely more about the cover.
So does that make live scoping okay if it's only looking at the cover?
No, it doesn't. Not to all the crying Karens on Facebook that need something better to do.
Just wondered if, because that's kind of like using a, side scan basically, but okay.
Hey, my aunt's name is Karen.
She probably hates live scope.
Is she on Facebook?
Yeah, and she cries. I will say that Luke, I was saying this earlier, but
hooked up.
Noah
Tommy's got one.
Oh, Tommy's got one.
Bluegill. You need to use that for bait, but we can't, so. Somebody right now on Facebook saying, he live scoped the bluegill.
He did.
What's this world coming to? There you go. Cheater box, cheater.
I told you they should have.
Sorry, I get carried away with it. I've read enough since the Bassmaster Classics, post the Boston Marathon.
No.
Luke, I have got Noah and Cole just popped out of the skinniest little cut on the lake, and we were looking for them earlier, and we couldn't find them. And the little tiny cut that they were in, I didn't want to go down it, but they are also now popped out into this kind of, it's not deep at all, it's pretty shallow, but they are also repetitively flipping to one spot looking at their live scope cheater box. So I'm gonna stop calling it cheater box.
New term.
No, I don't even want that to be a thing.
No, it's not a new term. Yeah, I was gonna say, Yeah. No, that's not a new term.
Well, it's not a new term, but I don't want to continue the narrative of that. So I'm going to kind of retract my words.
No.
But, they are repetitively fishing for the same exact fish, looking at live scope, shallow scope.
Hooked up.
Sounds like Tommy's got him. Sounds like the Japanese are flying over me right now in World War II.
It's coming to get you.
It's an international show currently. Tommy Wood, Kalsu Shard. There we go. All right. That's going to be number 5. Number 5. Sitting there slowly. When we pulled up, they also said they had spent some time stuck on the sandbar this morning, so but that was fun.
Wow. It could easily happen. I can see that.
Guys, I know you can't see this right now, but I also got to point out, Tommy's got the flow going. I don't know that he doesn't have the best hair game in the ABT South here. I got to point it out because it's kind of like Thor from the Avengers main, who was also from Australia. So the actor that played Thor, anyways, I don't think Thor is from Australia, the comic book. Guys, I have to admit that as much as I'm enjoying covering Tommy and Kyle for Alabama Bass Trail Live, I'm really just trying to get to know Tommy better in hopes that he'll take me barramundi fishing in Australia. He's even got a barra sticker on his boat. Yeah, that's really what I'm doing. It's just, I'm here to suck up to Tommy, try to get a guide trip out of it.
Yeah. Oh, fish jumping between us and the team actually, so it's pretty cool. They picked the top water back up. Making really long cast. I mean, a spook counts as a search bait, right?
Absolutely.
I've searched for a few with a spook. I didn't even find them either. I just kept searching.
The grassy spot they're coming up on looks pretty good.
Luke and Jason, we've got Noah and Cole still power pole down, and they've switched probably 8, I would say 8 different baits, casting at one specific. Obviously, we can't see exactly what they're doing, but they're in, what is it, 2 feet of water probably, and they're power pulled down, and they've thrown everything you can imagine to these fish, or at this same exact spot. I'm imagining they're seeing a bed probably on perspective mode. We will certainly ask him about that, and I'm sure Luke, you'll get to talk to him about it at weigh-ins, but I'm real curious to see what's going to go down right here.
Don't tell me how to do my
so
job.
Shallow. I'm not.
Don't tell me how to.
Oh. He just had, I'm
That was
sorry
it.
for telling you how to do your job. Look, that was not intentional, but they did just have a bite on that.
Thank you, buddy.
They've now switched to a reaction type of bait. And instead of something slower, they're moving, throwing something a little bit faster moving, and it looks like they're getting some feedback.
I expect these guys at any moment to just have a huge blow up.
Hey Luke, I'm gonna put you on the spot just a touch, and I don't mean to, but you cover several different tournaments and a lot more on the tournament scene than I am. Now, I know when you're sight fishing for a bed fish, it has to be hooked inside the mouth. And maybe Miss Kay's listening, she could ask John. I just don't know the rule on this, but if you're using perspective mode and you're definitely bed fishing, does that fish have to be hooked inside the mouth, or is that just what's the normal rule?
There's not a. Well, you know, first of all, I want to say in this ABT South, in the first event, people thought I was a tournament director. I want to start there. I'm not the tournament director. I like to say that. I am the MC and a commentator on live with you boys. So first of all, I make no rulings, no judgments, and I have
no
nothing to do
input,
with it.
no judgment.
That being said, I do know the rules, and it is not written therein. Whether you are live scope in perspective mode or regular forward, that they have to be hooked inside the mouth. That is not a written rule in any tournament organization currently. It is not.
Thank you for your unofficial answer. Like Luke said,
Unofficially official answer, yes. It is not written, to my knowledge, in any, especially ABT rules. It's not here for sure. Again, I'll leave all those questions up. John Simpson, tournament director. Here's his cell phone number if you'd like to call him, guys.
Yeah. As soon as they go ahead and get his number out.
Yeah, 256-999-9999.
9999. Coming up on another team, kind of tucked in behind a dock, and they caught a really good fish just a few seconds ago. They're kind of hiding behind a pontoon. We were actually in this area earlier, and okay, Tommy and Kyle are going to make a move around these guys. And I've seen these gentlemen pass Tommy and Kyle catching a couple this morning.
I want to make a little shout out for Garmin for live scope and especially perspective mode. This, whatever they're fishing for, you never would have known this is here. If you pan to the right just a little bit, you can see this stick, this little bitty brush pile that's sticking out. I'm just picturing this, and I'm going to ask him this later on, but that stick is probably what they were headed to, maybe in practice or something. It's probably just a pitch of bait into it, and it's 2 foot, so that's a very shallow little pile of brush. But if they had their live scope on while they were headed to this, is the only way they would have seen this fish. There's absolutely no way. I mean, obviously you can't see it with your eyes. You wouldn't have seen that it's too shallow to see it on the side imaging. You just would have never seen this fish. So if they were trolling over to this and looked down and noticed, you know, on their perspective mode, that's the only way you would have ever found what they're looking for right now. And it's just crazy to think about how many new things you can see with perspective mode and the standard live scope mode, but it's just totally changed fishing so much in really good ways. You see all the comments about negative stuff, but if you can,
how you guys doing?
Awesome. This is finding a bass in 2 foot of water that you can't.
What's
see
your boat
with your
number?
eyes is just a really cool thing.
What's that? 58? Y'all got them? I thought I saw a good one. Okay. Sorry, Darian. We're switching teams here live in front of you. Shannon Thomas and Jesse Smith. We're gonna stick with them. They've got a couple nice fish. How much weight do you think you got?
We might have 10.
10. Okay. Mind if we film you for a little bit? Okay. We're going. Boat 58, Shannon Thomas and Jesse Smith. Now, Darian, sorry I interrupted you there, but I wanted to jump back to that. It is groundbreaking what Garmin and their technology have been able to do in the sport. And there is so much negativity around it. And what I try to say all the time on my podcast and on social media is it is a tool. And yes, it has made fish catchable that we've never fished for, right? We did not know some of these bass to spin like they do, some things like that. But as a tool up shallow, like you're talking about on the perspective mode, finding brush piles, finding isolated cover. I use it a lot. Just look on that flat. There's a ton of bait fish. You know what I mean? Like it gives me more confidence. Like I may be in 2 feet of water, but I can see there's a ton of shad around. There's so many advantages to having forward-facing sonar besides shaking a freeloader at an individual bass. You know what I mean? And when you keep up with as much of this as I'm fortunate enough to get to, and as you mentioned, working with other tournament trails and just, you know, studying bass fishing, especially professionally, these guys use live scope for so many more things than just chasing individual bass.
Well,
and if people would just stop crying and embrace it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the other comment is they're like, well, if you can see them, you can catch them every time. And I mean, we're looking at a prime example right here. They can't see what they're looking. They can't see what they're throwing at with their eyes. They're only using perspective mode. I'm imagining perspective mode, but clearly they've spent 30 or 20 minutes probably on this fish, and it's not as easy as just throwing out there and catching it. I always hate seeing that comment. It's like, it's just not that way. Sometimes it may look that way and you get on fish that are biting and it is easy, but the majority of the time that is not the case.
Well, and think about who you're covering. You're covering 2 of the best anglers in the ABT South, period, in the story. They catch bass like crazy. They can catch them doing whatever. So they know how to catch a bass, but now they've got one pinpointed. They can see it. They can't get it to bite. So take that to a bigger level. Bassmaster Classic. We've seen so much hate for that young man, Eastern Fothergill, because he's live scoping. Well, there were over 50 of the top professionals that do this for a living that all have that same equipment, and he dominated. So if it was that easy, everybody, it would be a 50-way tie for first place in the Bassmaster Classic, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, everybody would have them, and that was a very tough event. And Easton is an expert at what he does.
Well, I mean, think about on
that
day
comment
one of
is
it.
senseless most of the time.
Yeah, talking about the Classic, Ben Milliken, who's also one of the best live scope users there is, forward facing, and he even said he found the area that the winning fish were caught in, but he just couldn't figure out how to catch them. And I think he had 2 fish the first day, if I remember correctly.
Yep, he did.
And then day 2 he figured out how to catch. But like, I mean, he's one of the best in the world at it, and he even said he just couldn't figure out how to catch the fish. He could see them, but he couldn't catch them. Like, that just goes to show it's not as easy as people talk about, as you see on the comments. I'm gonna get up above that now so we can get a different view.
So he says letting it rest.
I just
a
think
little bit.
I think most folks that make those comments are just regurgitating what they hear from somebody else that made a YouTube video that's dumb.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Just because I think they don't have the technology on the boat, so they don't understand it. And I get that. I get not everybody can have it. And I think a lot of people that are commenting might not even own boats. You know what I mean? I think that's a lot of it too. It's an interesting time in the sport. And I hate that we're seeing so much negativity, because if you can get past it, some of the amazing things we're seeing with some of these younger anglers, what they're showing us on these bodies of water, especially like the Tennessee River. Think about the Nutt brothers and Hayden Marbett, some of those young kids. Some of the things that they're doing are absolutely incredible right now, from weight-wise and how they're catching bass in places we've never dreamed about catching bass. Kind of like what you're seeing with the Goblin Boys right there. I mean, it is, 10 years ago, you would never see that. And Darian, I'm going to tell you, if you don't like all that live scope stuff, and you're watching live with us right now, Boat 58, Shannon Thomas, Jesse Smith, we got a spinning rod, a Texas rig lizard on the front, and on the back, a worm on a shaky head on a spinning rod. And they've got them 5, 2 good ones, but old black and blue lizard skipping under these docks.
All right, looks like no and Cole are leaving. Like, I'm gonna cut you off for just a second.
All right.
How big is it? Do you know how big it is? Yeah. Yeah. What have y'all got right now? 4 little ones and a 5-pounder. Do you catch the big one sight fishing?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So they're spawning right now then?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Really?
It's hard to find the big ones, and it's hard to make a bite.
Are y'all using perspective mode a bunch?
Yeah, we got several marked with it.
Yeah.
And we got some that you can see. I'm trying to get them before they get picked off.
That's right. The easy ones we need to go get quick.
We got one down. I'm hoping it's another 5-pounder. I don't know if it's
Wow. Good luck, guys. Well, you heard it there. They've got a 5-pounder, and they said they've got another 5-pounder found, or what could be a 5-pounder found. So if you catch 2 5-pounders sight fishing, what he said was, I don't know how well you can hear it, but we've got possibly 2 5-pounders. We said we want to go find the ones we can see with our eyes first, because those are the easiest ones to see. And they're kind of playing defense. They want to go catch those fish so that none of the other competitors catch them, and then run back around and look for some of these other smaller ones. But these guys are leaving. We're also going to follow, jump on another team. So we're going to head over to commercial break, get reset, and we'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used. thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's going to hide under a log.
Jack's here with a breakdown of our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's got hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes topped with white peppered gravy. Talk about a winning combination. Woo! We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Logan Martin Lake. 61 degrees outside, water temperature is 65, little to no wind. Partly cloudy today. Complete different conditions than what the guys faced during practice. We had sunny skies, full sun, bluebird skies during Thursday and Friday of practice, and about 5 to 10 mile an hour winds. No wind today and overcast. Things will change, but I think it will extend the bite. We have no problem with limits at Logan Martin Lake. Over 200 limits weighed in every time we're here. So this lake is chocked full of bass. We're targeting those largemouth and spotted bass, 12 inches or longer. You're not going to win with 12 inches here at Logan Martin. 19.5 is what it took to win last April for Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. So we're looking for over 20 pounds today, and guys are certainly looking for those 5-pound fish. As you saw Noah and Cole looking for those on bed. It is that time. Temperatures are warming up. Water temperatures at that magic 65 degrees. Hopefully we'll see some additional bed fishing today. I love to watch bed fishing. I think it's very interesting to see how they're able to get those fish to bite when they're so nose down. Do want to talk a little bit about things that are going on. I want to congratulate Mr. Easton Fothergill, your 2025 Bassmaster Classic champion. He fished not too far from here in college at the University of Montevallo. Go Falcons. If you know me, you know I'm a huge Montevallo fan. My son attended college there, so congratulations. It was awesome to watch Easton, just over 2 years away from having a abscess on his brain removed, going through major brain surgery, 20 weeks of antibiotics, got back and fished the 2024 Classic and won the 2025 Bassmaster Classic there in Fort Worth on Lake Ray Roberts. Congratulations to him. We're going to get on out to Jason. He is with a team that seems to be catching some fish. Jason, who are you on and how many do they have in the box?
We're on boat 85, Cody and Ryan, and they caught 2 fish. One while we were in commercial and one while we just came back. So they were sitting on about 10 pounds before that. I would say we're now 11, 12 now. Little fish catching action right there, because they caught one right exactly in that spot and turned around and set the hook and missed it and turned right around and caught it. So the other team had just fished through here, and different bait presentation is what we got at this point. So much different bait presentation, I'll say that. So just kind of watching here, they're pointing out different areas, talking to each other. Let's take a look at the fish catches that we had during a commercial break. So we're just kind of sitting back here watching, and a great hook set. And I had to get out of the way because the camera was going quick. So I'm gonna put it in the net and put it in the box. And then they had another fish catch while Miss Kate was talking right after commercial. And I'm in her ear, fish catch, fish catch, fish catch. Massive hook set on this one, and a much bigger fish this time. So those are kind of the quality fish we're looking for. And really caught those two basically in the same spot. Really shallow. I mean, it's dirt shallow. As you're gonna call that one out though, so pretty good call there. So we are back here live with Cody and Ryan. I'd call them local guys. I mean, Ryan's a Pell City guy, so. Ooh. Man, it's like, gonna break your arm, isn't it?
Every cast.
I love it. Oh, we went to the pink worm presentation on the back of the deck now, so. Went from big, what looked like bull shad swim bait to now big old pink worm. You always hear people talk about the bubble gum. I threw bubble gum today. You always think they're lying. Well, this guy's not going to be lying if he comes across the stage holding a 6-pounder and says he caught it on a bubble gum trick worm.
30 bites to my one.
30 bites to one, he said. Well, the bubble gum worm's only getting 1 bite to the 30, but. So he had to mix it up, I guess. I would say he's casting 30 to his 1 too. That step back always gets you, makes you think he's about to set the hook. Darian's on a team that we get some good coverage on. Darian, who you with? And tell us a little bit about what they're doing.
Well, they're reeling in fish. I'll say that. As soon as we pulled up, they were making a coal, and they're catching little tiny ones, but it looks like they're catching them almost every cast. Kofi, Carden, Chris Rutland, who have won many, many times on the Alabama Bass Trail.
Another fish catch. Ooh, I don't know. On the deck, back in the water. Don't think that one would have called based on what I saw earlier. It's funny to see that a team was just in here, and I'm not knocking on that team in any way, but a team comes in with a little bit different presentation and is swinging fish one after another. Here comes another one. Much better fish this time. Much better fish. He's got the best hook set too. Gonna sit down and weigh him. Looks like Ryan's gonna pick up the big swim bait again. really trying to figure out which one's the smallest one, I think, at this point. They are weighing them each one, but probably kind of close here on this.
Hooked up in the front. Looks like you got a little one. Yep. Little tiny one, quick release. Putting them all on the scale again just to get a recount, I think. Yep, that one goes in the box. That's a foul one. Smallest one goes back in the water. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That was 2 plus, so
12 pounds.
12 pounds.
See, rod's
Okay,
getting
much
strapped
better.
up, so imagine it means they're gonna make a run.
So when you weigh them all, you know the weight. So he said they're sitting on 12 pounds right now.
Morning, sir. Great, how are you? What have y'all got so far? Nice.
Well, we have 1 3-pounder, the rest of them.
Okay. He said they've got 1 3-pounder and 4 swimmers. I'm assuming that a swimmer is not a good one.
Not a 3-pounder.
Not a 3-pounder. Less than 3.
I don't know. I would call swimmers some pretty big ones.
Perfect. Good luck, guys. Well, Kobe and Chris, they've won, I believe they've won the most ever on ABT race. I think they had their,
As many as
their 5th
anybody,
win this
yeah.
year. Their 5th win this year. And they've got 5 in the box, 1 3-pounder, and they're making a run. These are the guys that earlier, as I was talking about, that have been bouncing around all morning. They've ran, I mean, they're pulling up fishing spots, they're fishing a lot of points and just a little bit off the bank stuff, but we've seen them fish now 5 places, and that's just the ones that we've seen. But he said we're going to make another run, and I bet they weren't in here for 15 minutes, and now they're already out. So it'd be interesting to talk to them as well. I don't want to tell Luke Duncan how to do his job again, but I'd be really curious to talk to these guys later on and just find out more of like what the thought process is on running around that much. If like what exactly are they looking for? If it's weeding, if it's weeding through small ones, or obviously there's some sort of strategy behind it. So I'd be curious to see, if I don't know if Luke can pull that off or not, but we'll see. Jason, I'm gonna toss it over to you. We'll go find another team.
So sitting here with about 85, got 12 pounds in the box currently. Have seen 4 fish catches, I think now. So guys, break it down a little bit about what's going on in here.
Well, we're
Fishing here, man.
yeah, basically targeting redfish for the most part, and some three spawners.
Just pulled up.
Just casting at them and
They're
running by them.
acting
I mean,
really
we're not definitely looking at them, but
Yeah, they're acting real funny. As you can tell, we get a lot of.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is cloud cover helping or hurting?
What's that?
Is the cloud cover helping or hurting?
It helps us.
That hook's that. Looks so good. It must just be slapping at it. Which, you know, bedfish kind of are if they're kind of guarding and, you know, kind of starting to set up, they'll just kind of knock your bait out of the way sometimes versus just come attack it. You can see all that pollen that's blown up on the bank behind them. There's another fish. And catch and release. Luke, we have cold the limit actually, so it's been fun. It really has. These guys are catching them off the bed, just kind of fan casting around, running the bank. Seems pretty simple to me.
We have caught up with two guys that know a thing or two about the Coosa River, and right as we pulled up, they boated a 4-pounder. Before we could even get the camera up.
You're doing better than me.
Mark McKay and Tim Hurst. And, you know, Darian's made a lot of comments about the weigh-in today. And what we should do at weigh-in, what we should not do at weigh-in, trying to tell me how to do my job. And my question with these two is always, will we see both of them at weigh-in? Because if you see both of them, it's trouble.
Yeah.
If Tim comes up there with Mark, the rest of the field is in for it most of the time.
Heads up, yeah.
they've got a limit in the boat, so they got 3 they need to get rid of for sure.
Look, I got the Facebook Live up on my iPad, and you know, as I just look, as people entering and exiting, I don't know if they're still in the room, but Mr. Russ Baker has joined the live with us, our great Phoenix Boats dealer out in the state of Washington, Lemon Out Marine out there. So, Russ, if you're still in the room, good to see you, bud.
Got some reach on this ABT Live.
Man, going all the way to Washington State. Pretty early over there, I think.
Mark and Tim are alternating between some vibrating jigs and flipping a creature bait around a little bit as well when they come up on a dock or a piece of wood in the water.
Oh.
Jason, we always talk about these well-oiled machines. They're the teams that are so successful not only in the Alabama Bass Trail, but in every tournament they fish. And that's why it's always so much fun covering Mark and Tim and watching how they attack a body of water together.
Yeah.
You know, they're rarely doing the same thing. It's a yin and yang situation, for sure.
And it's really a team approach to it, is what you got to see it as.
Without
we talk about it. We do talk about it all the time. They're not competing against each other. That's why you don't see them throw the same bait a lot of times. A lot of teams was, man, we're wearing them out on Shaky Head, and they'll both throw the exact same thing, and you know, mix it up some.
Well, the coolest thing for me too is that there's not a lot of communication that goes on between them. You know, they just know because they fish together so much.
Big hook set. Tiny fish, but big hook set. The guy in the back of the boat has said he's catching, 25 to my 1, and he gives the hook set for that one for sure.
All right, guys, they're gonna idle just a little ways. We're gonna idle with them. We'll be just right back with Mark and Tim.
We'll be right here catching fish. So. Drift back just a little bit with them. So we have another team kind of slipping in here on us. I was kind of surprised, we said this earlier with the other team we were on, that there weren't more guys back here Well, I think they're starting to show up now. Cloud cover's kind of holding these fish in here. Makes it easier to get around them. I know we've got a Facebook comment here I just read that trying to figure out what bait they're casting. I'm trying to do the same thing. Can't really tell. Fixing to maybe do a sneaky ask. So, see the big bullshad swim bait in the back right there. Is that a swim jig?
Chatterbait.
Chatterbait. That bullshad swim bait looks really good though. That hook set, he said earlier, you're getting 25 to his one. Well, his hook set for his one is big time.
Yeah.
So.
Did y'all see him knock me upside the head with a net earlier?
Yes.
Man, I can't say nothing to that fish on the line, so I wouldn't go play it up.
I really was hoping to get on that glide bait.
Yeah, it looks good.
I've had two of them, the big ones, look at it.
Man.
Not yet.
So folks at home, you got the answer there. Chatterbait. Ooh, a little clickety clink. God, we catch one on that. I said that earlier. I can't believe that they're just not a ton of boats back here.
And I mean, we were like,
Yeah, well, y'all ran by us. We were sitting at the bridge, and I was like, only one boat's going back there? Only one boat's going back there?
you usually look for wake, and I was like, there's no wakes.
Bigger fish. He couldn't turn it around. That was a bigger fish. He said, you could see it on his face. He knew it was. catches that one. Where you boys been?
Well, it's a long story that we don't need to get into right now, but
again?
yeah. We've caught up with boat number 185, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. And
fish catchers.
I haven't got close to them yet. Fish snatchers. And they're, can't really figure out what they're doing, to be honest. They're chunking and winding. But I just don't.
Whatever they're doing, pay attention to it, because it's productive.
Yeah, take notes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay out of their way, but it looks like I'm continuing to get more and more in their way.
They will let you know.
Well, you're with Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. I'm with Mark McKegg and Tim Harris. I feel like we should be charging for this. Hooked up. Tim's hooked up.
Oh,
nice one, looks like. They were just culling when we pulled up. This second time, they caught one right before we could get the camera up. They culled. This looks like it might help too. Well, they're working on a little something here, boys. Will we see them take another ABT win?
Oh man, what a bite. Luke, are they still fighting your fish on your side?
Cole? No, they're culling.
Okay, well we just had the craziest spook bite I've seen on ABT Live yet, and it's a good one. He's casting a spook straight at us, and he just had a bite on the last cast and then again on this cast. I feel like we're in the worst possible spot too, Luke. Like if I don't know if these guys cuss or not, but I feel like we're prime candidates to get cussed out if they do. Okay, can I stay power pole here, or you may go around?
Yep, he said get out of the way.
Yeah. Well, this is and the wind's blowing in our back.
He said when I gave you that weight about it, he just sat down on it.
Hooked up.
I'm going to just go straight over to the bank.
These boys are putting on a clinic.
Yep.
Tim Hurst hooked up. Doesn't look like it's going to help. Mark didn't even budge.
Yeah, my name's Luke Duncan.
All three getting hooked up at the same time. My name's Luke Duncan.
Yeah, I'll be doing the weigh-ins here in a little while. We'll talk then.
Check me out on my podcast.
Yeah, I've got a podcast.
Like and subscribe.
Darian said he was gonna come down here, but he decided not to. He went up the lake.
He's rude.
Yeah. He said I'm tired and wish these little fish would quit biting.
Jason, you know what I enjoy?
Yes, sir.
More than anything? A nice bottle of Milo, Steve, from the store.
That's
a good Milo.
I
love
knew what you were
Milo.
going to say. Yeah. I like that I'm able to go to the store and get just a bottle.
I don't have to make it.
You know, just one
I don't
bottle.
have to make it.
You know, I don't have to make it at home.
Say it. Yeah. Sam having a get
It's already
together, I
made.
can get a nice gallon of it at the grocery store. Yeah, I
Gallon
don't have
of
to
it.
waste my
Yeah.
time. I can
Nice,
spend with my
refreshing
family
gallon.
making tea.
Yeah, after making tea. Making tea is the old way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so.
Nobody
That's
buys
so
tea in a bag.
2024. No,
Yeah.
who does that?
No.
I hate to do this, but if you are one that does like to make tea, you can gladly go to yallspeedtea.com and buy a
I mean, that's like
tea.
that's like using
I would never
2D
do that
sonar when you got
online,
live
but this
scope.
is a,
You know?
I ain't never seen Milo get on Shark Tank. I'll just say that. We'll leave it there.
I hope Shane K's charging you by the word.
I'm probably getting fired. I'm probably getting fired for that
time.
comment. I'm probably getting fired for that comment, but it honestly, I had to.
Living
It
it
was
up.
worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it.
I'm gonna get fired by Kate and
Milo,
beat up
is
by
it?
Rob and Steve in the parking lot.
I just love that you power pulled down right on their juice.
Dude, I'm in the job.
You mean power pole down here?
Well, I can't go to the docks. It's 1 foot. I'm scared I'm gonna destroy everything and muddy this whole place up.
Oh, you mean don't power pole down here? Okay, sorry.
Look, if y'all could pick the worst spot to be in, it's exactly where I'm precisely at right now. Yeah.
Oh, I'm watching. I had to get up live to
Power
watch you. I'm
pounder.
like, he is in the wrong spot. When they're casting
Can
at
you
your
please
boat,
just show
that's
the
a good
bank
sign.
too? There's 6 inches of water right here, and I just cannot get away from this. And I don't want to blow this whole thing up, but I keep getting this look that is like, please go to Clear Creek.
He could go up there and get in those campers and probably just hide at this point.
I would love to do that right now, to be totally honest. I would love to get picked up here and be just taken somewhere else.
Luke, I hate to give you another weigh-in tip, but at weigh-in, you might want to remind Steven of this.
I'm not. I don't think I'm reminded of it. Big old
That was
boy.
Darian,
I'm
not
not
me.
reminded him of anything that might cause violence on stage.
Look, if anyone out here is watching, I'm sure I'm getting fired after this tournament. If Miss K hires anyone that's listening,
Nice
please
knowing you.
don't do exactly. If you want to know what not to do, it's exactly what I'm doing right now. Just don't do that, and you'll survive the ABT.
Yeah, I think Rob asked if you just want to ride with us next time.
Like, hey, next time can you just crank your big motor and do circles around where we were planning on catching a fish?
Oh, fish on, fish on, fish on, good fish on.
Oh, kick with a swing and a miss.
Getting the net on this one. He's going to it. He's going to it. Must be hung up on the other side of that saddle. Isn't that crazy? It's that saddle we were talking about earlier. Super shallow, and that fish is just like, "Urgh." Hope it's still on.
There must be a ton of bait and fish where Mark and Tim are at. Sorry, Jason. They're swinging on fish like
not there.
crazy. You can tell they're missing them or catching them. I mean, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's kind of how it is here too. He said, Cody said earlier that he wished the little ones would just quit biting.
Darian's got me so jumpy, I'm trying not to get in Mark and Tim's way, and I'm staying way back. They're zigging and zagging, and I'm like, they turned to throw at me a little earlier.
I'm gonna back straight up and get out of here.
Have a great day.
Okay.
You ain't got to go home if you can't stay here, Darian.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I
hug
don't
the
know
bank
if
then
these
and come y'all's way.
I don't know if these guys cuss or not, but They're about to start.
What if they're fixing to?
Yeah, let's not show Darian. Let's not show Darian getting in a fight. Well, we just got 2 camera boat guys now on the ABT.
Yeah. No more sweet tea, boy.
He had to retire.
We're giving Darian a hard time for good reason, but Jason and I will both tell you, folks watching at home, it is a little awkward, especially when the water's low and it's shallow here and there's a lot to throw at. And we say it a lot when people are live scoping out in open water and we're trying to do our best to tell the story, and they'll flip around and all of a sudden they're throwing at your trolling motor because there's a fish in front of you.
Right at you.
There's a lot of that. Yeah, you know, we try to be respectful of their water. We try to come in as, you know, as quiet as we can and just be a fly on the wall to watch these guys compete because they're fishing for a lot of money, obviously. Oh, Tim.
Yeah, and you know, in 5 seconds, it could be the other one of us doing it too. I mean, it just.
Absolutely. It's easy to do.
But it's a lot more fun when it's Darian. What you want to bet that a little care package shows up at both of their houses this week?
Yeah.
How many of y'all got right now? Put us back in real quick. Good, we're in now. Boys, this was this. Okay, so now we're on the good side.
You're getting their address.
We're no longer right.
Darian.
Yeah.
Tim's hooked up again. Lost it.
He said there was a good one that kept hitting it, and it hasn't got it yet, but he said there's a big one that kept hitting their bait.
Jared, I'm gonna swing this way so we can fall in line. I'm not trying to pull Darian. I don't want Mark and Tim casting at me.
Well, folks at home, I made it out alive. I was able to apologize and explain I didn't mean any harm in what I did, and I asked them for their mailing address so I could send them Christmas gifts for the rest of my life, so I stay on their good side.
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you what would really be ideal for me right now, is if they win this tournament. We're not supposed to pick favorites or anything like that, or be, you know, I would love for them to go on the other side of this island, catch 20 pounds, blow this tournament out of the water, and then when we get done, they're so thankful that I was here to be able to capture them, cull every fish that they had. I hate to pick a side in this. It's about to happen right here.
Pep talk.
How big is it? Well, he said they got one of the big ones. when I asked how big it was, I don't know if it's because the wind was blowing in his ears and he can't hear me, or if he actually hates me and is just ignoring me. And honestly, it could be the latter of the two. I hope they watch this later,
I think
too.
they want to know why you're so nosy. You're so nosy.
I wish I could just
Why are you
teleport
poaching my
to
spots?
Pickwick right now.
We're sneaking back in another spot here.
We got Mr. McKeag on a little top water right now. I'm hoping to see a blow up. He's not throwing it at my boat though, Darian.
Comes the rain. Guys, we're gonna slip on out of here. I think we've seen enough fish catching from these guys.
Luke, I'm also going to make a run, only because I've already just destroyed all this good fishing hole that they're on. And I'm going to, hopefully it'll be able to replenish now that I leave. So I'm going to get on out of here too.
All right, Darian, be safe and be vigilant out there. Be aware of where people are fishing on the next team you pull up on. See, we not only learn how to catch Logan Martin bass, we learn how to act on the water. Sometimes from Darian, he teaches us life lessons on ABT Live. This is stop number 2 of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, presented by Phoenix Boats, and we are on Logan Martin. 225 teams signed up for this last fall, starting in August. Like I said, event 2 of a 5-event season, and then we will have a championship, entry fee free championship this fall. And right Right now we are with Tim Hurst and Mark McKeag, one of the winningest teams in Alabama Bass Trail history and in the state of Alabama, period. Mark is hooked up as Tim is spinning the boat around. Oh, looks like a nice one. Here we go. Mark slowed down a little bit with the spinning rod. There we go. Tim went to change their casting angle a little bit and Mark hooked up. They've been alternating between some moving baits like a red-eye shad style bait, vibrating jigs. It looked like that might have been a shaky head there for Mark. There we go. Spotted bass, McKeag and Hurst. Tim's hooked up. Little guy.
Need to leave, but it's just fun.
Tim says they probably need to leave, but this is just fun. Yeah, you're making me jealous, I will say. I'm all about my job at the Alabama Bass Trail. This does get old sometimes. It's like at Gunnersville helping everybody hold up those big stringers. That's fun, but also when you didn't get to catch them, it's not near as fun.
If you were smart, you would do a day after.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That would be fun. Miss K just said in my ear, are you implying that I'm not smart? And I think that you are, and that's fine.
Well, that was actually her.
Miss K, Tim said that was actually more directed at you. Tim, she's mean. Careful.
After they got hammered.
Yeah, that's right.
I knew she would like the extra day of work.
We're fixing to get a rebuttal from Kay, I think. Miss
I
Kay?
have to know how that has anything to do with me. I'm sitting in the live studio managing all this, and how does it come down to if I was smart, you would do a day after the tournament? How does that work? No answer, I see. Silence.
Miss Kay, I'm sorry, I lost comms right when you came on. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything you said. So hit me with it again. I apologize. No, I'm serious. I promise. I was getting that terrible beep in my ear.
I'm curious to know how me being back in the studio has anything to do with you being smart enough to stay after the day after the tournament and whack on fish. Like, I just don't understand how that has anything to do with me.
Hey, listen, this is just a veteran team here, Miss Kay, I'm covering. That was just their opinion. Tim's hooked up. Looks like a good one. I'm just here to bring the information from the water, Miss Kay. And that was the information that was relayed to me, and there we go. Looks like another. I think he was talking about filming a series. I think that's why it was your fault. You know, he was talking about maybe we should start doing a day after series. If we were smart.
Well, we're just a couple of dummies sitting out here just trying to make it by being careful, Luke. This is Alabama Bass Trail for Dummies right here. Check it out at your local Books A Million or download it on Amazon Books, whatever you want to do.
Is that available at
Watch it
Academy?
right
They should sell that at Academy.
It
feel
might
like they
be
should sell that at
at
Academy.
Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Right at the register.
Alabama Bass Trail for Dummies. It's a beautiful day out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. We just had some rain here at the ramp, Luke. What about y'all?
We have seen a little bit. I tell you what we've got now, it looks really hazy because we've had some good gusts of wind and all the pollen in the area seems to be going through right where we're at right now. It looks like a dust storm.
Yeah, it was really hazy yesterday. You could see the pollen blowing across the lake from, I worked here at the bait ramp all day yesterday, and it was pretty rough out here yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like we're at that Clarendon, you know, brought to you by Clarendon right now, portion of the season for a lot of people. This pollen's rough.
I will be happy to take us to a break. You are watching the Alabama Bass Trail South Division live here at Logan Martin Lake, Lincoln Landing in beautiful Lincoln, Alabama. We will be back. We have about another hour and a half of live coverage here. We'll see you back in just a minute.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Missing football? Well, Jack's is kicking off our own bowl season with our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of everything a Southerner craves. And this is one bowl season that won't break your heart. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Logan Martin Lake. As you can see, that is Lincoln Landing, one of the premier tournament destinations in all of Alabama. 10-lane boat ramp, 250 parking spots for trucks and trailers. Beautiful pavilion, perfect access for boats, and in a couple of weeks that water will get up. You'll be able to use every one of those docks there. But thank you to the City of Lincoln for being our host this week. Weigh-in takes place right here at Lincoln Landing at 3 o'clock today. We're excited to be here. Logan Martin Lake added to the Alabama Bass Trail at the very beginning in 2012. It was in the North Division, now in the South Division of the ABT. So we're excited to be here. Thank Michael Morris and his staff here at Lincoln Landing for having everything in superb condition. Running golf carts this morning, helping us get anglers to and from the boat ramp to their trucks and all the things. So it takes a village to put on tournaments like the Alabama Bass Trail. Typically, we always say if you can host an Alabama Bass Trail event, you can host any event by the size of the trucks and trailers that are here at the Alabama Bass Trail. We have anglers from 8 states that participate in the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, and that's exciting for us. Where tourism is concerned, they stay in hotels, they buy gas, they go out and eat, and bring a lot of tourism dollars to these communities that we go into. Our next stop, as you can see, here's the schedule for the rest of the 2025 season. Our next stop is Neely Henry Lake. That is in the North Division, and then we will be down at the Alabama River at Cooter's Pond. We'll go back to Weiss Lake, another Coosa River lake, and then down to Lake Eufaula, which is another big bass factory. Finish up the North Division at Pickwick Lake and finish up the South Division at Lay Lake. So we're really excited to be out here. I mean, May is kind of, or April's kind of our midway point of our season. We'll get through those third stops, and we'll be over halfway through the season. Do want to remind you the 2026 schedule will come out on May the 9th. We've received quite a bit of calls and text messages and emails asking about that. The 2026 schedule will come out on May the 2nd. Regular priority registration opens August 1st through the 14th, and then open registration for new teams is August the 15th, beginning at 5:30 a.m. All registration is done online, alabamabasstrail.org. That's how you can see the schedule and register for the event. So I know Jason is on another team, so we're going to get out on the water and see who he's covering and if they have any fish in the boat. Jason?
We have caught up with boat 127, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. Couples team here sitting in the couples division, currently sitting in 3rd place in the AOY for the couples division. They finished 29th at Lake Martin, so had a good finish there. Been a solid couples team at that point. Won $600 at that tournament, so kind of won their money back. Looking today, sitting on 9 pounds right now, got a 3-pounder. Looking for a little more to go with it. Kind of fishing outside the pocket we were earlier, and just taking it slow. All right, Melody, I'm gonna talk to you. What's it like fishing the Alabama Bass Trail? You got all these crazy guys out here, but you get to fish on the couples team, so it's a pretty cool thing, right? Competitive with each other. That's a good way to be. A very good way to be. And y'all had a 29th place finish at the last event, right?
Yes.
It's pretty solid there.
This
fishing
is
against.
We live on it. We very seldom fish.
Oh, really? Well, that's a pretty solid deal.
Probably my worst way.
Really?
I know too many spots. My mind
It gets in your head.
Crazy.
All night last night, he was like, well, I don't know where to go.
Yeah, well, you're fishing against some of the best of the ABT, and 250 teams.
Most definitely.
Y'all did great. Finished the 29th.
I'll win it again.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty cool to have a couples division. We have student division, couples division, high school or college, high school division. And you got this team here, finished 29th of 225 teams in the first event. So So if you're a couple sitting at home thinking, man, we could go fish the ABT, you can. But I will say, be quick to sign up. It takes about 8 seconds sometimes for it to be over with. It's kind of that wild ride. Looks like they're gonna make a move. We're gonna slip around. There was another team close, but looks like they're making a move as well to get back in there. See some teams kind of head back to that shallow spot we were in earlier. And you know, we're back here in the back of Chocolate Creek. It has been really kind of slow. And a lot of teams are catching fish, but not catching any big ones. Kind of that 10 pounds, 12 pounds, kind of where a lot of teams are sitting at. So got to double up to get up to that 20. So Darren, we're going to slip on out. I think Darian's coming in. Yeah,
Have y'all caught a bunch of fish? What was y'all's boat number? Boat number 8. And they said that, we asked them how it was going this morning, and they both laughed. Well, not a good laugh. They bad laughed at the same time, and said they lost to Logan Martin Giant over 5-pounder. Could have been a 6-pounder. Was it doing something that you can go back to it and fish for it again?
Yeah, she's on bed.
Oh, really?
We went straight to her this morning. About 5 or 6 pitches, she finally picked it up. And I stuck her, and she went across the middle of the pocket and pulled off.
Golly.
We're going to go back to her, though.
Yeah, for sure. How many fish? I mean, have y'all been seeing a bunch on bed? Are they? Very interesting, guys. That could be a cool turn to the. Well, good luck. I'm not gonna be able to keep up with y'all, but good luck. So, boat number 8, they said they found that fish on bed in practice, ran straight to it, and within 5 flips got it to bite. Set the hook, runs out in the middle of the pocket, pulls off. So, obviously that's a heartbreak, but I'm sure they left that area, let the fish get reset and pull back up on the bed. And I don't know, maybe 50-50 shot that the fish goes back up, reloads, and you can catch it the same day. A lot of times that does happen. Sometimes they'll spook and you won't be able to catch them for a couple more days, but that fish today. But if they're really close to spawn, I wish Luke was on here to kind of back me up on this, but a lot of times when they're really close to spawn, and if they're really close, they'll run right back up there and reset. However, if they're not that close, you could spook them and they'll stay back for a day or two. But he said there's a lot of fish on bed, so that's really cool. One of my favorite. I mean, when I was filming
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top, it's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go. She got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Jax believes the key to rising and shining is dining. So kick off your day with 2 pork chop biscuits for only $5.55. You'll be shining so bright you might be tempted to share them. Or not. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Logan Martin Lake. You are looking at pre-blast-off video from this morning. We blasted off at 6:30 a.m. 225 boats that signed up back in August for this event. They're, of course, going after that $15,000 first place prize money, $64,000 paid out overall. But they're also trying to punch their ticket to the championship at Wheeler Lake later on this year in October. So the way that works is win a tournament and you're automatically in the championship, or place top 75 in the points at the end of the season and you find your way into that championship. It is a no entry fee, $50,000 first place prize. We pay out $100,000 through the field. I think it is 25 places. So that's how you get into our championship. We take the top 5 couples, the top 5 high school, and the top 5 college teams, along with the 75 from each division and the 10 winners. So we average somewhere between 170 and 180 teams at our championship each year. It is going to be held at Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. Looking forward to being there on the Tennessee River for this event. Going to be a lot of fish caught in that event. Talking about a lot of fish caught, we've seen a ton of fish catches today on live already. This is one of those lakes that you see a ton of fish. We're going to see between 200 and 215 limits probably brought through today. And that's important because this is the second stop. So people are trying to get their points to get into that top 75 to make the championship. This was later in the year, maybe that 5th tournament. You may not see people come in and weigh in 8 or 9 pounds. Today they're going to do that. It may not get them a check. It may not get them close to the check line, but it is going to give them points to get into the championship later on in the season. Trying to go through some of the text messages and messages that are out here on YouTube and on Facebook. We are trying to get to as many teams as we can. I will say Zeke came by and talked to us this morning. He is way away from where our cameras are going to be and likely out of cell phone service. If we were to make that run to get to him, we likely would not have cell phone service when we get there, and that's what our live backpacks operate off of. So just want to kind of let you know why we're not going all the way up to where he is, so or down to where he is. I don't think it's any question that he is close to a dam on one end of the lake. So, but we're not going to cover him today. We knew that. We do have a camera on him that we'll be able to play back later on, as well as some of the other teams that we've not been able to get to today. So Darian, Luke, and Jason are out on the lake trying to bring you as much coverage as we can, bring you a good sampling of the Alabama Bass Trail anglers, such as the couples teams, the high school teams, and then some of the local hammers that you've already seen. Steve Winslet, Rob Lee, Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden, Mark McKagan, Tim Hurst, some of the old players in the game. And again, multi-time winners. If you look at Rob and Steve, Chris and Kobe, and Mark and Tim, multi-time winners out here on the Alabama Bass Trail, and every one of those teams are former Angler of the Year teams. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Hopefully that some of y'all have been watching Alabama Bass Trail Live for some time. You may have seen us on Gunnersville at our last event, 58 bags that went over 20 pounds. It was a record-setting event, over 3,300 pounds of bass weighed in. But this is one of the Coosa River lakes. You know, it's been in the news a lot lately with the proposed slot limit that the Department of Conservation decided to rescind and not pass, and we're thankful for that. So we're excited to be able to be open slot. So there's no slot limit currently on the Coosa River, and we're excited about that. Glad to be back on the Coosa River and glad to be back here at Lincoln. Like I said, the City of Lincoln is our host this week. Michael Morris and his staff here at Lincoln Landing have done a phenomenal job. We're going to get out to Luke. He is on boat number 43, and I have my list here, but I don't know that boat number right off the top of my head. Jason Stevens and Jack White. Luke?
Miss Kay, we've ran around and finally found a team. Everybody's starting to do some moving and shaking. You can see by the trackers, we got folks spread out dam to dam, and this area of the river that I'm in, not too far from the interstate bridge here, the I-20 bridge was loaded with boats this morning, and now it seems to not be as many out here on the main river, but we just caught up with Jason and Jack here, and they got a limit in the boat. They said they just have no weight so far, but they're fishing a current break, and you can really start to see the current pulling around these bridge pilings. They're on the railroad bridge here above the I-20 bridge. They said they hope I can bring them some luck, so I'm already doing better than Darian because the anglers want me to bring them luck instead of want me to leave. So that is one positive so far that I can take from this. As you heard Miss Kay say there, we have seen a lot of fish catches. Logan Martin is one of the healthiest fisheries on the entire Coosa River, especially for numbers of bass. We're going to see a ton of limits today. The weigh-in is going to be a good one, and it's going to be a little long, I would say, because early event, you know, number 2 of the season, points on the line. Miss Kay also mentioned that. Top 75 going to go to the championship, along with some other teams, and so every fish matters at this point of the season to make sure you get some points up there. We started the year at Lake Martin down in Alexander City, and for the first 2 Alabama Bass Trail South events, these anglers can't complain. They have been put around a lot of bass to bite. Martin full of fish, and certainly hard to kind of get above that 2-pound mark on a bass there sometimes, but man, we saw a ton of fish catches there, and Logan Martin showing out again today out for the ABT South. $15,000 going to our winner today, and if they happen to be in a Phoenix bass boat, another $8,000 provided from the folks at Phoenix Boats. Presenting sponsor here in the Alabama Bass Trail. Several other contingencies available as well to our anglers. So a big payday headed somebody's way for a Saturday on the Coosa River.
Mayfield and Daryl Adams, boat number 166, and they said they got about 10 pounds right now. And one of the things we've talked about a bunch just covering the ABT is how many guys fish over the same stretches, and you know, always back and forth. Jason was talking about that earlier. A boat had just left an area, and the next boat that came in caught it better. We've seen several guys fish this bank this morning, but they've got 10 pounds good set. You know, it's a good start for sure. We're not even, I guess we're to the halfway point of the day for these guys, but that's always a good thing to get to that 10-pound mark, especially on a lake like this. So there's a bunch of them now. You know, you can kind of just almost go big fish hunting now that you've got your base set of 5 fish. Luke, before we lost service earlier, we were having a kind of a brief discussion about bed fish and talking about when you can catch them, and sometimes they'll go right back up to the bed and sometimes not. And I was telling a story of a fish catch that I had on YouTube was at Gunnersville. There was a 5-pounder that I was having to cast actually a really long ways to be able to get all the way up to where it was. And I set the hook and broke off, reeled my line back up, rig up a new weight, and as soon as I stood up, the fish was already there again. And the next I made that same bomb cast all the way up to this fish on bed, and it was already set back up, and I caught it the next cast with the bait in the fish's lip still, hook, weight, and everything. And but you were talking about sometimes you've seen it, or you said it in my ear. I don't think you were on live, but you said you've seen it where it can be within 5 minutes, or sometimes it takes hours or days for the fish to get back up there.
Yeah, I've seen it where they'll actually leave. I mean, I've especially some of the bigger females that I've stuck and lost have actually left and swam off.
Yep.
I've seen that, but a lot of times if they're pretty hot, like you're talking about, if they're dialed in to guarding that bed, you can catch them. Like you said, even if you break them off, it normally doesn't bug me, to be honest. Like my confidence level, I feel like I can catch them. If they bite once, I feel like they can be caught. But I have seen it. Well, we're hooked up here on a current break, Darian, not a bed right here. This is some Coosa River, straight up Coosa River special right here. Will it be a big spot right on this railroad bridge on the point, current break? Taking his time with it. We shall see.
Sounds like a 3-pound
spot. Oh no,
spot
it broke him off. Oh no, oh, it broke him off. Oh no. Broke off right at the net. He said it was about a 4-pounder.
Was it really a 4-pounder?
Yeah, I couldn't see it. It was on the other side of the boat. I mean, it was pulling. He's shook about it, so I would say he got a better look at it than I did. I never saw the fish. He was bowed up pretty good, taking his time, had it right to the net. It broke the line. He was throwing spinnerbait. So, but around these rocks, could have nicked his line, I'm sure. Had a bad place, but both of them were ejected on that one. And those 3-pound plus bites are not easy to come by here, even with all the fish catching going on. Dang, tough break for Jason and Jack.
When you say tough break, you're talking literally about the line, or were you just saying
literally a tough break? Literally a tough break. and as you always say, very awkward now that I'm this close to them and that happened. Because I hate it, man.
Yeah.
Because you know,
For the viewers at
tournament
home,
fishermen,
we really
yeah.
can't talk a lot right now.
No, no, it's brutal. It's brutal. We've all been there too. You know what I mean? Like if you fish long enough, that's the kind of stuff's going to happen, and it is. You know what they're feeling. You know what they're going through in that moment. You're like, oh my gosh, my whole day. They had just said, hey, we don't have any weight. Then boom, you hook a good one, and that can really, you know, separate you on a place like Logan Martin, get it right to the net and the line breaks, and your heart goes out to them because you know how hard those bites are to get.
Yep.
And when you got a camera watching you do it, it just makes it all that much more frustrating, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm gonna go a shameless plug. Shout out to Phoenix Boats. I'm gonna say this Phoenix we're covering right now could be the prettiest one I've seen all year in the north and the south. We've got I think we've got a gel gray. I don't know what Jason would call the specific color. We got gel gray on the top half of the boat, and the hole in the middle stripe is black with the pimpin' chrome package is what I call it. If you get a Phoenix, you got to have the chrome logos, by the way. We've had this discussion over and over and over, but if you get a Phoenix, you got to upgrade to that chrome logo kit. And then we've got red poles and a Mercury. That's clean as you can get right there. 721 Pro
You start
XP.
talking about
I do need to learn.
When you start talking about Phoenixes, you know Jason's going to take credit for that. He's going to be like, yeah, I designed that one. Yeah, I had something to do with it.
Yeah. The main thing I need to learn about Phoenix is all their different model numbers. I'm learning Phoenix models now because they're coming out with some more holes. So I got to learn that. But this is a 721 Pro XP. And if we want to even go more of a shameless plug, we can watch these guys see how good their hole shot is. I mean, I bet it's going to be pretty good. If it's not good, this is going to be an awkward plug for Phoenix here. Jason, chime in.
Good job. Oh, well, we got a fish catch here. Let's do the fish catch real quick. And need a little bit bigger there. 721 Pro XP replaced this year by the 721 ZXL with a new wider front deck by almost 4 inches. Guys ask for that year after year. Add that to your repertoire there, Darian. And currently you can go to the website and you can price and build your Phoenix boat. So you can actually see the price of the boat, add all your options, do whatever you want to do there. And
look at the hole shot. Sorry to interrupt you, but my goodness, he jumped out of the hole like LeBron James running down the paint and dunked one.
The 721 has been the original OG from 2009, the 721, first boat we ever built. And like I was saying, you can go to the website and build your boat right now, phoenixbassboats.com, build and price your boat. Take that print out to the dealer and that will be the price of your boat, plus obviously tax, tag, and title, as they always say. But you can see prices between graphs and those kind of things. So pretty cool deal there, the new builder that we just launched a couple weeks ago. Had a lot of people at the Classic pricing their new boat.
Really no surprise to me those amazing boats are built in the state of Tennessee, Jason. I mean, Tennessee brings us some great stuff.
I am now a resident of Tennessee.
I know Darian said LeBron. I was thinking more about Gamey from the Tennessee Vols.
For about 5 years now, and I've had people, and my girlfriend's not listening, but she converted me to Tennessee this year. Actually, we had a little bet going, and I'm now a Vols fan. But when I say go Vols, it's VOLLS. I was apparently corrected that it's only one L in Vols. So
only one L.
Yeah, that's the joke for me now. Go Vols. We're Roll Tide had 2 L's, so I figured Vols needed 2 L's as well. So.
Jason, was it just me, or did you think that Darian was trying to get a sponsor deal? I feel like he was hoping Mr. Gary Klaus himself was watching that segment. Yeah, that was a little fishy to me.
Yeah. He's shameless plug after, you know, he's basically run another team off their spot, you know.
Jason, we were talking to Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst after we went off live, and we went to that last break, and when I was going to try to get set up on another team, and of course, when those guys speak about the Coosa River, you better listen. And I asked them, you know, what do you think's going on out here? And they said there are two deals. There are definitely some fish spawning, even with the low water. They said that it's not an easy deal, but you could definitely win doing that. And then you've got fish that are just right on the edge of those spawning areas feeding. And that's what they're focusing on.
And we've been around teams doing both today. So like the team we're on right now, we're kind of in a transitional area. This is actually where we started first thing this morning on the bridge right here in Chakalaka Creek, and saw the team catch quite a few fish just running up and down these banks right here as these fish kind of head back in later in the month towards these docks that are a lot shallower. It's kind of be a spawning flat right here and on the back side of this bridge. But then we went in the very back of Chakalaka Creek, and you know, there was a lot of guys just kind of rolling around in there catching what they said to be spawners. And I mean, it's really shallow. Trolling motors tries to drag the ground, and they're not looking at them, they're just kind of casting around them and catching them. So reaction opportunities there for those fish. Fast catching spawners, I would say. Those male bass that are just kind of pushed up in there, kind of guarding the house as it's being made.
Yeah, always seems to be the first ones that move up.
But if you could find a spot where the big females are kind of sitting offshore.
That's right.
Totally. Hanging out. Hanging out together.
Yeah, they're hanging at the bar. They're cruising. What's up, ladies? They're waiting for the ladies to come to them.
Totally. Well, you did say, Luke, you know, if you and Darren were talking about if you can get one to kind of stay on the bed, what's going on. You know, you said it. If you can find a hot one, which I guess, you know, the hot ones all kind of hang around.
These guys were.
That's right.
These guys were looking. They were looking at a bedfish when we pulled up, and we asked them how big it was. They thought they saw a female, but it was just the male. But they said they got 15 pounds, and all of them have come from sight fishing. And y'all said you've got two more big ones found?
We got, well, not big ones.
Okay.
I mean, we've got a couple females that may be there, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
But, you know, some 3-pounders that I think we can pluck off real quick. Because our biggest one's 4 pounds. It was a female. And we got one.
We got
over
1, 2.
3.
We got 1, 2, 2.
And then we got a 2. 2's our smallest. We got to get rid of.
So y'all are pretty much sight fishing the rest of the day?
No, we'll do a little bit. We'll do some fishing and sight fishing. We're just trying to pluck off the ones that we know.
Gotcha.
That we can take, that we can get. It's kind of funny. We haven't set the hook on them, and I hadn't sight fished all year, so we're not used to what size they were. And we set the hook on the first one. I was like, oh man, we've seen some pretty good ones. But of course, some of them are, you know, they're not here.
That's right.
A lot of them are gone.
Well, man, that's awesome. 15 pounds is a really good.
Decent.
Really good so far.
We
need to upgrade. We're at a good spot right now, though.
We need at least 21.
We need that random bonus 5-pounder.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
We need that one big time.
No, we just go down the bank.
Just a random cast with a square build.
That's right.
See y'all. Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Well, you heard it there. 15 pounds, all sight fishing. Sounds like, I don't know. Sounds like something Luke Duncan ought to be doing. He was fishing this tournament.
I'm not gonna lie, all this sight fish talk has really got me jonesing. You know that about me.
I know.
That is my absolute weakness in life.
All right, well, we're going to do a giveaway on Facebook here in a little while. It's going to be related to commenting on posts, but one thing I'd love to see some comments on, if we could zoom into this Mastercraft and this slide. They're the exact same color. So do we think that they color match the boat to the slide to the boat, or is that a coincidence? I would actually love to hear what y'all think about this. Because there's no way that's just a coincidence. They got a really nice house on the lake and a perfectly color matched boat and slide. And they're also odd colors too. Like I don't think either of those are just standard colors. That's my random. By the way, that's just my random little thing today. I got sidetracked. That's like a squirrel moment. And this Mastercraft looks like it's 35 feet long. I know that's not realistic, but I don't know why the boat looks so big.
I don't know why anybody would need a matching slide in the with their boat, but hey, I'm not here to judge.
I don't either, but they also have 2 purple kayaks and 2 green kayaks that are like color coordinated and stacked properly. All their shrubs, this is just like these people are real specific. I can tell that big time.
I'll tell my uncle you said that. He'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
I can promise you nobody that's in my family would have a matching slide with a Mastercraft.
Okay, so I don't know how we have this intel, but Miss Kay apparently has the intel that they bought the boat before they bought the slide. Also, this slide in particular is the most twistiest. That's a triple turn slide, and when the water's low, you've got a 7-foot drop down to the water on a double deck. This is an incredible setup right here. But also, I think whatever kid slides down this slide is going to get pretty close to drunk by the time he gets to the bottom, just in dizziness. If you slide down that slide and then you drive that boat, you're probably going to get a DUI just because you're like, officer, I promise I didn't do anything. I just slid down this triple slipper. And
Darian, I'm so close to the boat I'm covering and I'm laughing and it's not good because I think they think I'm laughing at them. I'm having an awkward moment. I need you to chill.
They think you're laughing at them because they lost a 4-pounder earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, man. If y'all are watching at home, I don't know our Facebook numbers and our YouTube numbers, but we sent them earlier, and they were really good. We appreciate y'all listening to us this Saturday.
Good luck.
We do have another boat up here who's throwing a big swim
I think I brought you bad luck, obviously. They told me they wanted me to bring them good luck, Darian. I got Darian in my ear chattering that I'm bad luck, so he's normally bad luck. I hope you guys land 5 just like that. Good luck.
Well, Luke, are you going to make a little run to go jump on another team?
Yeah, I'm going to make a move. I'm going to try to catch one more. We got some boats around us,
well,
so
I'll
I'm going
use
to try
this
to make
time.
a quick jump.
I'll use this time to do our bait talk of the day with Crush City. Jump into my backpack. And honestly, this is perfect timing because I could not think of a more fitting pocket. And the last interview that we did talking about sight fish. And I actually just watched a video of Jacob Wheeler and Dustin Connell talking about this exact bait. But the cleanup crawl when you're sight fishing, especially for bedfish, you want I like a little crawl like this. It's something that's short, it can have a lot of action or not. And my thing is, let's say 3.5 inches cleanup crawl. This is green pumpkin blue, so it's a natural color, especially like this water right here. This little bitty pocket that we're in, it's out of the wind, it's really clear. We just saw those guys sight fishing, but I want something that's natural like this. And these pinchers when you take them out of the pack, they're in a clamshell so the pinchers don't get all bent up. But when you take them out of the pack, the pinchers are together. A lot of times when I'm sight fishing, I'll stick with the pinchers together first. It doesn't have as much action. You don't have the tails flopping, if that's the word. You don't have the tails flapping, but it gives me a gauge of like what the fish is going to do. I'm going to flip that in first before you do anything else, because sometimes you don't want a ton of action. So I'm going to make 4, 5, 10 pitches, whatever it takes, just to get a read for the fish, and then definitely tear them apart so you get all that action. But sometimes you don't need it, and also sometimes I've seen that if you flip a bait in that has a ton of action, it'll actually spook the fish. So this one's cool because the like I said, the flaps come together, and yeah, you can just kind of gauge the fish. But that is the cleanup crawl. This is, I believe, green pumpkin blue, beautiful, beautiful bait, beautiful color. And then if the water's a little dirtier, which we've seen plenty of times today, you can go to something a little bit darker and brighter, black and blue. It's like a really, really beautiful with a lot of flake in the back, so it's a lot of color, but then also on the other side you just got black. So that's the cleanup crawl by Rapala Crush City, and you can go find yours at Academy today. And now back to the fish catching action. And it would be clutch. It would be super clutch if that's what they're throwing right now. They pull up on a bedfish and catch about a 5-pounder. We shall see.
Yep, got Michael and Jeremy, guys. Tell me a little bit about practice. Slow?
Yeah.
Only on Friday. How many times y'all been here before? First time. Wow. So I'm guessing you're new in the ABT as well. First year, I'm guessing. Cool. Guys, welcome. Glad to have y'all here. Then you got a nice, pretty Phoenix boat. What color is in the stripe there? Is that a sand or burnt orange? Okay, yeah, it's pretty, dude. Pretty blacked out. Oh yeah, yep.
Oh, Jason, we got a really cool thing just happened. We've got the guy in the back. I know you're talking through a Phoenix report right now, but we've got a guy throwing a big swim bait, and I'm going to ask him in a second if he's doing it to locate fish. A lot of times you throw a big swim bait around just to get something to show itself, but you're actually looking for bedfish. So you're throwing the big swim bait up shallow, and the fish will come up and look at it or try to get it away, but they're actually not going to bite it. And that could have been what he was doing, because the second he saw a fish, he dropped the rod, they power pulled down, and then now they're both pitching at what looks like to be a fish on bed. And we haven't got close enough. I'm not going to ask these guys about boat number and stuff yet, but hopefully they'll catch this fish. They are also going with the two people casting the same time approach on a bed, which a lot of times, oh, they both just stopped and backed up. A lot of times this doesn't work out that well. A lot of times you just need one person pitching, but I'd like to hear their strategy on this.
So y'all are Phoenix City guys. I'm guessing, do you follow us kind of where we're looking for you guys to catch them big?
Hopefully, yeah. I've been down there a lot.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. What happened there? Oh, yeah. You know, last year we fished the 100s here, and it was 13 degrees at takeoff, so. 13? Yeah. Now, we had our first fish catch in this creek, so it was pretty good. Yeah. But it was cold that morning, really cold. This lake will always haunt me for being that cold.
I bet, yeah, Mark was cold that morning.
So for the folks at home, I know y'all can see this, but these guys have got a bedfish spotted after throwing what looks like some sort of big swim bait around. I'm sure the fish just showed itself, and that's all they needed to see was the fish rise up and show itself. They power pulled down, both picked up spinning rods. They're both casting at the bed, and it's on a crappie dobbin going behind us, boys. It's right on this boat ramp, right on the very edge of the boat ramp. So it's spawning on a hard spot, and there's just fish all around. We got some crappie masters behind us too. How big was that one? Yeah. What have y'all got so far? Gotcha. Y'all boat number 213? By the way, shout out to Miss K. Can't get on the bite. Man. Instead of seeing big ones, can't get on the bite. I'm gonna say shout out to Miss K because she sees 225 teams per north and per south, plus the 100s. And she just identified boat number 213 through probably like a 3-inch visual of this boat on her screen. And out of all the people, she saw the backs of their heads and bodies and knew exactly who they were. That takes some serious amount of, I don't know, work, time, effort, all the above, an index, a glossary of everyone that fishes.
Attention to detail.
Attention to detail, that'd probably be the correct term.
You know, Miss K would never cover a team that's not in the ABT.
Dude, how do you turn a compliment that I'm giving to Kay into a shot at me?
It's easy.
I wasn't sucking up to keep my job. I wasn't sucking up for nobody. This is literally an opportunity to give Miss Kay her flowers, and somehow this gets shot at me. Dude, I honestly hope I get fired. I hope I don't have to deal with any of y'all next year. Oh, fish on. That's what y'all get. I hope this fish is bigger than all the fish y'all caught all day, and they landed. And it is bigger.
I'd call it
3.5. Well, then y'all have seen on TV. This is a good one. Catching right in front of the camera. Oh, come on, man. Please get some boat. There we go.
Do they have a ribbon?
Two and a quarter. They do have a ribbon. They have a green ribbon. They are verified ABT anglers.
And you're like in between them and where they're casting at?
Yeah, I'm between. They're actually caught that underneath my feet, and I pointed at it so we could both cheat. And I said, "There's a 3-pounder right here." Good job, guys.
He's off the rails.
Good job, guys. He is off the rails. Oh, Darren's gonna need a nap after lunch.
What's that one weigh?
What's new?
3.5. There we go.
Oh
man, what a coal! 2-pound coal.
Oh wow.
3.5 got rid of a 1.8. So does that push you around 11 pounds now?
Yeah.
I think it's so cool, Darren, hearing you talk about people catching spawners, hearing Jason talk about all the different ways he's seen fish get caught, all the different ways I've seen that today, and it just speaks to how many different phases these fish are on the Coos River right now, on Logan Martin. But I'm watching the Laws right now. They're fishing an offshore point, and they said, they gave me that, we got them so-so kind of quiet confidence when we pulled up, and they're fishing a very unique current break spot, similar to kind of what we saw Chappell and Davis do last year. But really, if you're sitting at home and you want to go catch some bass right now, you can pick your poison on Logan Martin and go do what you want to do to get a bite. That is for sure.
For sure. For sure. Did you sight fish that one off the bed? Wow, first cast? Wow. How come every one of them don't do that? Really? So he said if they would have caught everything they had on the glide this morning, I guess just looking at it, they would have had 20 pounds. I'm gonna get out of the way. back to the right. First cast on them been 3.5. And they're in a pocket that looks like it's going to have every bed fish on it is going to be in this one pocket. So this is going to get fun. They just came off a 4th place finish at Lake Martin. And Luke and Jason actually are laughing at themselves right now because they think that everyone else thinks I just know this information. But in fact, Ms. Kay just told us that in our ear and everyone heard the same thing. I'm not just loaded with information. They did come off a 4th place finish. They're literally everywhere in here. They've moved like maybe 20 yards, and this is their 3rd fish they've stopped on, and then they pointed left about 5 more, probably 5 yards past where they're fishing at now at another one.
You must have a lot cleaner water on that end of the lake than we do up here, I'm guessing. Because I couldn't see one if he was in my lap.
No, it's actually not that clear, but this little pocket that we're in is, I'm not going to say gin clear, but it's like by far the cleanest water we've seen all day, just in one little pocket. But no, the rest of the lake is pretty dirty. I'm also going to give these guys a shout out because they're definitely seeing some stuff that's hard to see. I would say it's not easy to see these, but this is the cleanest water we've seen all day.
Between the wind, the pollen, the clouds, it's not an easy sight this day.
Yeah. This is by far the easiest pocket to do it in that we've been in all day. There's no wind blowing in here or anything.
It's coming. Somebody rolling out of here. Try not to sit in the middle. Guess he decided he wanted to go back. That was cool. Maybe he left his hat back there or something. Must maybe lost. Well, guys, we're going to take a little quick break, and we will be right back with the Bush Light Roundup. So, I mean, I don't know if it's too early, but, you know, you might go ahead and crack one, have one for us while we do the wrap-up. So, be right back after this break.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Cherry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about three simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Jack's here, and in the South, we know how hard it is waiting for bowl season to come round again. So we're kicking off our own bowl season. For a limited time, you can get our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes with white peppered gravy. Might not fill the football-shaped hole in your heart, but it'll sure fill your stomach. Get the loaded fried chicken bowl for a limited time. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Well, I was a little quick to pull the tab on that Bush Light. We got 30 more minutes of fishing, so if you've already popped the tab on that, just hang in there. It's only 11 o'clock. We're going to go to 11:30 today, so we've had some great fish catching, and we're going to slide in here on another team. So take another sip, and here we go. Morning, guys. What's that boat number?
176.
176. Clay and sand. What kind of weight we got, guys?
10 pounds, maybe.
10 pounds? How's that bite been? Shallow, deep?
Shallow for sure.
Yeah. Ooh, just like that. He's gonna blame that one on me, though. I'll take it. I will. I'll take that one. But I made you famous with that awesome hook set, though, so. They been biting funny?
I mean, hit or miss. There's a lot of little ones.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely quite different than what we caught from practice.
What kind of weight you have in practice, you felt like?
Between both of us, I'd say 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Now, a little better than what we have now.
You got it that time.
Nothing.
Well, that's why you don't know. You know, you got to set the hook on them anyway.
Nothing like what it's going to take to win.
Is this y'all's first year on the ABT?
It is.
How you like it so far?
I like it.
Now that it's warmed up a little bit.
Yeah. It's a good trail. Got a bunch of buddies that fish it.
Cool. Another one coming right now. Oh. Slide around for you. Right here, buzzbait.
We're back with Jason Stevens and Jack White. Had a little heartbreak earlier, losing a 4-pounder, broke off on a DT6 right at the boat, but we're hooked up with I always think he snagged a little bit on the bridge here, but right, we were going to get on another team, and we looked and they had just slipped right behind us here on this bridge, and we're netting one right when we went to take off, so we slid back over here to see if we could film some redemption after losing that 4-pounder. The last one they caught did not bring them any redemption just yet after losing that big one.
Yeah, Luke, I want to apologize for sending us to break for bush light too early. I kind of feel like a rookie at this point, but just trying to take care of our sponsors, The camera guy's already got it all iced down for us, I know Noah, he's probably in the camera. He's our literal cameraman on the ABT. He's been known to keep it in the boat. for when he gets off the water.
Allegedly, Jason, allegedly Noah will have a bush
when he
light
gets off the
after
water.
he gets off the water.
Yeah, after he gets off
Jason,
the water.
actually, cameraman Noah is following me around right now. He's behind me. He said he needed some good
He's
pictures.
been on 3 of us today,
He's
I
actually
guess.
right over my shoulder. Noah, can you confirm or deny that you like bush light once you get off the water? He loves bush light. He's a company man.
Yeah. He said he never drank any tea.
Big bush
He doesn't
guy.
drink any tea. He drinks straight bush light.
Listen, as long as he takes the pictures that he takes in life, we don't care what he drinks when he gets off the water.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That boy's got an eye. No doubt about that. Jason, most recently, he took pictures of the Fat Rascals in Fort Worth.
For real?
Their performance there. Yeah, heard he was there. Birdie Social Club in Fort Worth, Texas, taking pictures of the Fat Rascals. Providing coverage of the live music there.
Somehow he snuck a couple crowd shots, and I ended up in them. I don't know for sure what happened there. I don't know how he got us all in one shot.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
It was a good night, Glad that y'all are still on tour to that,
Yeah,
it's that lifetime
the once a year tour
where y'all, once a year you got an event. Always guaranteed to be there. So.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the key in entertainment, Jason, is leaving people wanting more. So
for sure,
if you play too much,
for sure,
you become old news. So we think, as the Fat Rascals, we like to play once a year, and hang it up until the next Bassmaster Classic. Very specific, we only play bass fishing.
And the big thing in life is know what you're good at, and have some people that know that too. And when they show up, they're friends with you.
That's exactly right.
That was a good time for sure. If you weren't watching TikTok that night, Miss Kay and I went TikTok live for, I don't know, maybe been 30 minutes before that. So just doing a little.
That's scary. I did not know that. I didn't know there was a TikTok
it was
live.
fun. It was really fun. It was really fun. I mean, we are ABT. We got to go live. So, when everything's happening, we got to go live. Bring the coverage.
Gonna make another move? All right. Well, good luck to you guys.
Let's go.
Jared, get a shot right here of the stalker that's behind us. I feel like we need to show what we have to put up with on live. That's Noah right there, ladies and gentlemen, cameraman extraordinaire. Noah, show them what you're doing today. You're taking pictures, right? Show us an action pose here for the folks on ABT. Yep, there it is. That's it right there, folks. That's what he does all day long. Just in case his wife's watching, he actually does work, Rachel. He actually does something. You can see all of Noah's amazing shots. Social media wise, you can see him on the website. He's out here running around with the big lens. We're going to make a move, Jason, so I'm going to leave you the show,
and we're going to
go
right
find
back
somebody
to
else to take pictures of
right
it.
Here. We've got a team coming our way. Yes, sir. We're still on boat 176, Clay and Sam. Sam, I'm guessing an Auburn fan, right?
What do you mean?
That basketball team's been showing out a little bit.
That's right. Yeah. We had to wake up to see the results last night.
I'm right there with you.
slid back into this marina, and it's protected by the wind, and there's, as you can see kind of to the right, these really wide walkways, and you can't get a boat back behind it, but obviously there's fish back there, and I don't believe there's a way to access. I don't believe there's a way to access it back there. Maybe there's a little cut, but one difference you can see between this boat and the last boat is you've got one guy's just actually sitting down right now because there's, if we're bed fishing, typically I would think we don't want two baits in the bed at the same time. Now those other guys were doing it. The one fish that they caught, both baits weren't in the same bed at the same time. So I'm always a fan of if we got a bed fish, one of us is going to fish for it. Maybe we take turns every other fish, or something to that nature. But I don't typically like having two people fishing for the same bed fish at the same time. And in a team tournament, it is difficult because both guys want to be doing something and you want to contribute. But if the goal is to catch the fish and try your best to win the tournament, you need to be doing what I thought he just loaded up on it, but I guess it's one of those stickers. Not exactly sure, but.
Darian, we just caught up with Jason Tomlin, Justin Foster, winners of our last event, Lake Eufaula. Remember, they won in an aluminum boat, fishing in the dirt, and they are in a tunnel hole here at Logan Martin, but they're out on the main river. Jason said they have 14 pounds right now already. So, fishing some current break stuff. These listen, these boys, they're always catching them. So I was super excited when I saw them. They came running over here right where we were fixing to leave, and they came to fish a little point of a bridge. Said they think they're sitting on 14 pounds.
It's a good small one, for sure.
No doubt about that.
We're in very ultra close quarters right now inside of a marina. And you've got a guy in the front throwing over the walkways. I think he's got 3 fish down on bed that he keeps working. It's at least 2, one to his far right, one to his far left, but he's throwing over the walkways both areas. And the way that the way that to get to these, it's not like you can just, it's not an easy approach, I'll say.
Sorry, Darian, we're trying to navigate here in the current. It's shallow over here a little bit. Tell Jared, hang on. Can't throw my wingman in. Tomlin and Foster are doing a little square bailing there.
Square bailing.
A little bit of square bailing.
I'm so anxious to see when we get this hook set right here, how in the world we're getting this fish over.
I see why Tomlin and Foster have their tunnel hole because.
Hang on, Luke. This is I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's a dang big one. This is a very crazy moment on ABT Live, guys. He's got a big one on the other side of this dock. If he can pull this off, he's in magic, man. I just don't see how he's going to do this. Oh, if he pulls this off, this is the craziest thing I've seen on ABT. Luke, I just wish you could see this. This is actually crazy. He's hooked up. This walkway is probably 10 feet wide, Luke, so he can't just put his rod tip over it and lift it. Oh, it came off.
Oh, no. You might want to just back on out there.
Jeez, this is tough.
Before he hooked up, what I was trying to say is I see why Tomlin and Foster are in a tunnel hole. I can't keep up with where they're fishing in my boat. Noah and I are stuck on the outside looking in right now, and we're actually aground where we're at in the middle of the river. And Tomlin and Foster are just fishing away.
How big's the other one that you're fishing for? Did you lose that one?
Yeah.
Would it get hung up in a tree or something? Jeez. Is that the only 2 fish you got marked back here? Yeah. What have y'all got so far? Yeah, all sight fishing? Yeah. What's y'all's boat number?
10.
Boat number 10. You got about 12 pounds all sight fishing. That one he said was 3.5 to 4. Well, I'm glad we were here because if you would have landed, it would have been awesome TV. I hate that you didn't, but I think we all know that's part of it. When you're sight fishing, especially, you're just going to lose. You're going to spend a lot of time on some that you end up losing. It's just part of the.
I wish you guys could see how shallow it is where Tomlin and Foster are fishing, and how shallow it is where my boat is currently beached and I'm power pole down. Basically right off the river channel, and I can't get to where they're fishing in this tunnel hole.
All right, so I got one question on before I leave.
And now they're fixing to run out.
In the back, you were just
Jared,
sitting, letting him do the sight fishing on these 2 fish. So my question is, in a team tournament, it's kind of hard to just sit down and let him do all the work. But when you're bed fishing, do you think that it's just a one bait kind of thing? Yeah, you don't need 2 baits in the same bed. We've seen it today. There's been multiple teams that both of them are pitching at the same bed at the same time. Oftentimes, both baits landing at the bed at the same time. And we hadn't seen them catch any fish doing that yet. So
I believe that's too much going on.
I agree with you. The funny thing is, I was literally just talking about it before we came into y'all when we left those guys, that it's difficult to team tournament fish for bed fish because if you're doing what they were doing, you're not going to catch them a lot of times. And we came in and saw you sit down, but that's literally sometimes all you can do, especially if you've already cast it all right here. It's like just sit down and wait for it to grab the net.
Sometimes it works.
Yeah, for sure. That's right. Well, good job, guys. We're going back out of here and let y'all get back to it. Well, guys, we're going to pass the ball back over to you. Go find some more guys to cover.
just kind of sitting in the pocket here off of Chakalaka Creek. Got a lot of docks, as you can see in the background there. You got a lot of rocks on the bank. Just fan casting a buzz bait around. This team has caught quite a few fish. Just looking for the bigger ones now. Slide the camera around. We got another team in here behind us. It's fish in the back of this pocket. Don't know which team they are yet, but they've kind of just sat down and just been hanging out. So I guess they're also kind of fishing for spawners around. A lot of trash back here, a lot of shallow water. May not be I don't see a neon tag on there either. So there we go. More guys back here fishing around. They kind of set these guys off this spot, so we're gonna push on out. Hadn't seen them catch any, so we're gonna work our way out of Chakalaka Creek. Now it's getting a little closer to that bush light time, I think. We have a couple more. I can see about 3 or 4 more teams as we work our way out of the creek here. You know, when we first moved in here this morning, there weren't really many guys even in Chakalaka Creek. And, you know, it gets a lot of pressure, fish back here, and I think guys were just kind of like, let's just kind of stay away from it, let it lie down. And then as we worked our way back, more and more guys started to show up. And as you can see on the tracker even, there's more and more guys coming into the creek now. And it's a very popular place. It's a good bedding area in the back. A couple creeks or little pockets that come off, like this one that come off the side of it, that are some good pockets as well. You can see locals are here today. We passed a few locals coming in. Basically, everybody we've talked to has a limit. Really looking to upgrade that limit with 3-pounders. Start calling some of them out. Well, you know, I teased it a little earlier, Busch Light Breakdown coming up, and it is now officially time for the Busch Light Breakdown. So do feel free to go head to that refrigerator, go ahead and crack one open with us, and we're gonna come right back from ABT South.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
Jack's here with a breakdown of our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's got hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes topped with white peppered gravy. Talk about a winning combination. Woo! We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back for the final segment of today's live coverage. Something we love to call the Busch Light Breakdown. Jason, you've been out on the water since 6:30 a.m. this morning. Talk about what you've seen out there and what your expectations are for weigh-in.
Yes, ma'am. We took off first thing this morning right in the top 5 and made our first stop just in the Choccolocco Creek area. We stayed in this area all day long. We started off on the bridge, had some rumors that, you know, things have been really going down in here in the last week. You know, some tournaments have been won. You know, and that's not an uncommon thing here in Choccolocco Creek. Tournaments are won out of here year after year after year. So water's pretty typical here. It's really dirty, but as you can see on the bank here, it's really down. That is this time of year. That's normal. So what that's doing is that's crowding all these fish up together. We went all the way to the back there where it's dirt shallow, and guys are really catching them one after another. Not any big size at this point, but they're starting to catch them one after another. And most of the teams teams we've been on today are kind of sitting around that 10-pound mark. We did get on a team, one of our couples teams, Perkins and Perkins, and they had a 3-pounder. Now, if they could get all 3-pounders, that's kind of what we're looking for. Anything over 3 pounds today will get you a check if you can get a limit of 3-pounders. You know, I'm looking for that 19 to 20 pounds probably at weigh-in today. I'm looking for everybody to have a limit. That's what we do here at Martin, and it's been year after year. That's what we've seen. So, Darian, I know you've bounced all around on the lower end of the lake, and a lot of teams right now, if we look on the trackers, are down that way. So, not been anything different down there but fish catching. So, tell us what you've seen.
Yeah, man, obviously, as of right now, I don't know if y'all can see behind me, but it's gotten windy. It's still a little bit chilly out and cloudy. It wouldn't seem like a very good sight fishing day if you just open your, if you just look outside, you wouldn't think it's a good sight fishing day. However, we've seen a lot of sight fishing today. People that have found big ones, they said they're everywhere. What I believe is going to happen at weigh-ins, and you heard Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst told this to Luke earlier, I bet the tournament could be and possibly will be won sight fishing, because there's so many little bitty pockets in this lake, and you can get out of the wind. If you get on this north bank, you can get out of the wind right now, and some of those pockets, there's no wind at all in them, and when you get in there, it feels like a totally different day than it does out here. I predict that the winning weight or the winning bag could come from all sight fishing, but we also just got a text in from an unofficial text from someone that went way up the lake, and they've got a really big bag as well. One of the best spotted bass fishermen that there is, but he's also a very good largemouth fisherman. I bet Zeke leaves enough time. He's got a big one found up shallow. My prediction, Zeke wins with 4 spots and 1 big largemouth that he catches off bed. That's my prediction. And Luke Duncan, over to you.
All right, Darian, the camera gods are speaking. They're tired of listening to Darian because he's been on live with all these amazing fish catches today, making us all jealous with the sight fishing. And I'll double up on what he is saying there, that potentially sight fishing can win this. But man, after spending a morning with Mark and Tim, Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst, and they're catching those staging fish, and they were catching them fast and furious, and they were catching good ones. We saw the same thing with Josh Chappell, Paul Davis last year. That same type situation took the win here. So somebody hits the right little 100-yard stretch of those fish that are feeding up, they're going to weigh a little heavier than the sight fish. So I still think it could go down one or two ways, either staging or spawning. I think we've got those two main patterns at play today that could potentially take on the $15,000. If you looked at the tracker today as much as we have, you had guys spread out from dam to dam. Logan Martin is absolutely on fire. Fish are biting any way you want to catch them, from offshore to this deep in the dirt, doing whatever you want to do. It's a fantastic time to be on the Coosa River, and we want y'all to tune into that weigh-in this afternoon. We're going to kick things off around 3 p.m. at Lincoln Landing, and Miss K, Logan Martin doing what it does, bringing us a lot of bass.
There was a lot of speculation is if these warming temperatures this week would help us get to that bedding time frame. I love watching bedding fish, and we got a chance to see some of that today. Teams reporting, we saw Bradley and Harris 15 pounds, Tomlin and Foster 14 pounds. The unofficial text message that I sent out and asked for, Zeke Gossett, Ethan King reporting 16.8. Again, I explained earlier in this live broadcast that they were way out of the way and probably in an area where we would not have cell service. So we did not make that run with the fear that we would not have cell service when we got there. We expect a lot of limits to be weighed in. This is just the second tournament of this series. They're going to want to weigh in. They're going to want those points to lead them into the 2025 ABT Championship at Wheeler Lake later on in October. Luke said it best. Be back here at 3 p.m. today. That's Central Standard Time here at Lincoln Landing in Lincoln, Alabama. If you're around, bring your lawn chairs, come on out, visit with us. We'd love to see you here. But if not, you can check it out on all of our social media pages and on Alabama Bass Trail TV on YouTube. You guys have a blessed day. We'll see you back here at 3 p.m.
go.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McLarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama. Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Mountain Dew,